Chapter 688. After dinner, Yang Fan and his family also went to the streets and gathered in the excited crowd. Yang Fan held the child in his arms. The little guy was very strong, and his neck could already stand up from time to look around. Of course, most of the time, he still liked to comfortably lie on his father's broad shoulders and spit bubbles. The child seemed to treat spitting bubbles as a game, but his mother especially liked to make him clean. She followed him all day and wiped him with a handkerchief. The more she wiped, the more excited the little guy became. The confrontation between the mother and the child continued. Only when his father hugged him was the most enjoyable. Yang Fan never cared whether the child spit bubbles or not, so a thin layer of ice had formed on Yang Fan's shoulders. In this day and age, there were not many men carrying children. It was not that men were lazy, but things like cooking, washing clothes, and carrying children were naturally done by women. If men did these things, they would be laughed at. Therefore, on the streets, many of the men who went shopping with their wives and children could only be strong men walking leisurely in front, while the women who were dressed to the extreme carried one in their arms and held the other in their hands, stumbling behind. The men even had to stop from time to time and wait impatiently for them. It was rare to see people like Yang Fan. Fortunately, everyone's interest was on all kinds of colorful lanterns, so no one had the time to laugh at him. Xiao Man and Ah Nu accompanied him on his left and right. Gu Zhuting was disguised as a maidservant in green, and she looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. When Yang Fan first saw her appearance, he was very shocked. He only knew that young people could use various means to make themselves look older, but it was really unimaginable to make someone look younger. But now, something unimaginable had happened in front of him. He looked up and down, left and right, but no matter how he looked, he couldn't find any evidence that Miss Gu didn't look like a 16 or 17-year-old girl. It was only when Ah Nu pinched his waist that he stopped looking. Xiao Man didn't need to carry the child, so she had her hands free. Now she was holding a bag of fried oil hammers in her hand. She and Ah Nu each had a toothpick in their hands, and from time to time, they would stab a piece of crispy and sweet fried oil hammers and eat it with relish. They were obviously very full at night, but they didn't know why this sticky and sweet thing was so attractive. "Elder brother, how was the White Horse Temple Assembly today?" Xiao Man asked Yang Fan while looking around and admiring the various lanterns with great interest. Yang Fan sighed and said, "Do you still remember the 2 times Master Shui led the troops into battle?" Xiao Man glanced at him and asked, "Yes, why?" Yang Fan sighed again and said, "If the opponent chooses not to fight, Master Shui will definitely win." Xiao Man's black eyes rolled around. With the fried oil hammers in her mouth and her cheeks puffed up cutely, she asked, "What if the opponent wants to fight?" Yang Fan shook his head and said dejectedly, "The result will be unimaginable." Thinking about the scene of Zhang Changzong and his brother leading the excited Wu Zetian away, it was like a loud slap on Shui Huai's face. Yang Fan felt sad for him, and could only hope that Monk Shui would really think things through. In fact, with Shui Huai's current wealth and power, it was enough for him to live a wealthy life. If he was willing to let go now, the apologetic Wu Zetian would definitely compensate him. Moreover, he was harmless to anyone. No matter how the political situation changed in the future, no one would find trouble with him. Yang Fan couldn't understand why Shui Huai was angry and sad. Especially since he clearly hated Wu Zetian, who said that a woman's mind was hard to guess. Shui Huai was a man, but his mind was also hard to guess by Yang Fan. Xiao Man tilted her head and thought for a while. She blinked her big eyes and said, "That is to say, something unexpected happened in today's assembly?" Yang Fan laughed and scratched her cute nose. He said with a smile, "My wife is indeed smart. Children already know how to imitate adults." Yang Nianzu saw Yang Fan's actions, and his little but immediately arched into Yang Fan's embrace. He squealed, looking like he wanted to copy his father and scratch his mother's nose. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Very quickly, young Master Yang's attention was attracted by a horse lantern. His plan to scratch his mother's nose was immediately thrown out of his mind. Yang Nianzu stared dumbfoundedly at the spinning lantern. A strand of sparkling and translucent saliva connected with the thin layer of ice on his father's shoulder. In the crowd, the four Chui brothers were strolling over. Chui Di's overestimation of his capabilities made Princess Taiping deeply disgusted. Chui sure felt from the next few interactions with Princess Taiping that his ninth brother had completely lost Princess Taiping's appreciation. The hope of Princess Taiping recommending his ninth brother to be an official was already zero. Therefore, he immediately wrote a letter to summon the other two brothers to the capital, intending to win by quantity. As the Shangyuan festival approached, the two brothers, Chui Yi and Chui Qi, finally hurried to Luojing and met up with Chui Shi and Chui Di. The two brothers had just arrived in Luoyang for a day and hadn't had the time to pay a visit to Princess Taiping. Coinciding with the Shangyuan festival, the four brothers came out to stroll the streets and watch the lanterns. Chui Shi was walking when he suddenly stopped and said, "11th brother, tonight is the Shangyuan festival and the lanterns are as bright as day. Why don't you use this Shangyuan night as the theme and compose a poem so that the brothers can evaluate it?" The 11th brother he called was Chui Yi. Among the Chui brothers, Chui Yi was one of the best in terms of talent and learning. Moreover, this 11th brother's temperament was also very calm. However, in terms of seniority among the brothers, he was slightly younger than Chui Di. Chui Shi had originally planned to first enter officialdom with the ninth brother, Chui Di. When this 11th brother was a bit older, it wouldn't be too late to find him an official position. Now that Chui Di had caused Princess Taiping to feel extreme disgust and had already lost the possibility of entering officialdom, he began to consider Chui Yi. Chui Yi was good at poetry and literature and had a calm temperament. Princess Taiping liked people who were good at poetry and prose the most. Chui Shi asking his brother to compose a poem at this time was also to test him. The Chui brothers were all able to compose poems, but to achieve the realm of composing a poem in a few steps without any modifications, among the brothers, only Chui Shi and Chui Yi could do it. They were all brothers of the same family, so there was no need to be modest or anything. As soon as he heard his eldest brother's instructions, Chui Yi slowly walked forward while frowning in thought. Chui Yi walked a few steps and suddenly clapped his hands and said cheerfully, "I've got it." Chui Ji and Chui Di said in unison, "11th brother, quickly recite it." Chui Yi shook his head and said, "Don't rush the jade leak copper pot, the iron gate and golden lock open all night, who can see the moon and sit idly, where can hear the lantern and not look?" When he said the word come, Chui Yi waved his hand. The street was bustling with people. This wave of his hand almost hit a person's face. Fortunately, that person's movement was extremely agile and with a "puss" sound, he grabbed Chui Yi's wrist. Chui Yi turned his head to look and saw a strong man dressed in green and wearing a small hat retreating. Behind him, a man walked up with a child in his arms. He said to Chui Yi with a smile, "People come and go on the long street. Young Master Chui, please don't be so arrogant." Chui Di was stunned and said, "Yang Langzhong." Yang Fan laughed and said, "Now that I have even been suspended from my position as the soup supervisor, I can't even talk about the doctor of medicine anymore." Chui Di smiled bitterly and said, "Yang Erlang must be joking." Chui Di's eyes reddened when he saw his love rival, but he did not think that Princess Taiping had never looked him in the eye. He did not know where this love rival came from. As soon as he saw Yang Fan, his face darkened and said to Chui Di, "Eldest brother, the lantern over there is very magnificent, let's go take a look." Chui Di's face darkened and said to Chui Di sternly, "Jialong, after Shangyuan, you should go home." Chui Di was dazed and asked, "Eldest brother, what is it?" Chui Di said coldly, "I am your eldest brother. When you are outside, everything should be arranged by me. Do I need a reason? After Shangyuan, you should immediately return home. Finishing, Cui Di left behind the bewildered Cui Di and said to Yang Fan with a long bow, Erlang, my younger brother is young and inexperienced. If he has offended you, please forgive him. Yang Fan held the child and stared straight behind him. He did not know what he was looking at so intently that he did not respond to Cui Di's words. Cui Di felt a wave of shame and thought, I have already apologized to you on behalf of my brother. Is that not enough? Even if you are the leader of Xianzong, you can't be so arrogant to me? But he then found that something was wrong. It was not just Yang Fan who was looking behind him. More and more wanderers stopped in their steps and looked into the distance. Some of the people who were walking with him also detected the strangeness of the others and turned their heads. Cui Di reflexively turned his head to look and was instantly shocked. In the distance it was like a burning torch. The flames shot into the sky, reaching hundreds of zhang high. This fire stole all of the light from the lantern wheels, the lamp trees, and the lampposts of Shangyuan night. It was like a torch in the hands of a god, flashing and piercing the night sky. At the beginning, the light of the fire was slightly dim, but in a moment, it illuminated the entire city in red. Cui Di couldn't help but shout, Imperial Palace. That is the Imperial Palace. Yes, the place where the fire was coming from was the Imperial Palace. Inside the Imperial Palace, the most majestic and largest heaven had already become a burning torch. This heaven was completely made of wood, and there were countless cloth curtains with scriptures written on them that would light up with a light. There was a seated Buddha built with Wu Zetian's appearance as the model in the heaven. The Buddha was incomparably large and unparalleled. Just a little finger could hold over a dozen strong men. From this, it could be seen that it was unparalleled. But this large Buddha was also made of wood and painted gold. Now that this large Buddha was also burning, it was like a 10,000 zhang tall golden god, the light of the fire shooting into the sky. Xue Huai held a jar of wine in one hand and a torch in the other as he looked at the burning heaven, and laughed wildly. Today, in the White Horse Temple, he suffered a great humiliation. He sat alone in the pagoda forest for a long time. He had to admit that every word of Yang Fan's, even though it was as sharp as a knife, had cut into his heart. He knew that he had no reason to be jealous, no reason to be angry. From the first time he had used his body to serve the Empress, he should have had the awareness of being abandoned. What's more, after so many years, everything he had obtained was enough to compensate for everything he had sacrificed. But he was not reconciled. There was no reason, he was not reconciled. Especially, even if he had a house full of gold and silver, even if he was a duke, he felt that he still had nothing. The only thing he had was his face, even if it was just the superficial respect and awe of others. But now, as he fell out of favor, all of this was quickly lost. He was not reconciled. He still wanted to redeem himself, so he cursed, cried, and hurt himself in the tower forest. When he licked his wounds, he came back shamefully, and shamelessly participated in the Imperial Lantern viewing banquet. In the past, this was the time when he was the most glorious. He was responsible for making the colored lanterns in the Imperial Palace, and was responsible for guiding the Empress to view the lanterns. He sat under the Empress's throne, below only one, and above tens of thousands of people. But this time, his seat was far away. From beginning to end, he did not have a chance to approach the Empress. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi had already replaced his position. What made him even more intolerable was that others also treated him as a mass of air. Even when he took the initiative to put down his pride and put on a smiling face to toast others, those who used to flatter him and worship him as their own father were actually cold and indifferent. Some people only clapped and laughed, pretending not to see him toasting, and some people just raised their wine glasses and pretended to respond, then put them down indifferently. He finally understood. Everything was irreversible, and all the efforts he had made were just asking to be humiliated. Shui Huai, who was drunk by himself, unknowingly left the lively crowd. No one cared about his departure. He, who was once surrounded by people, clearly saw those who were sitting very close to him and had relaxed smiles on their faces. These people were originally people who wanted to curry favor with him, but they couldn't even be ranked in the first place. Unknowingly, he had arrived at heaven. This was built to curry favor with Wu Zetian, and the giant Buddha that was worshipped there was based on Wu Zetian's appearance. Now, this huge pagoda-like hall was burning, and the giant Buddha inside was also burning. He was very happy in his heart. All his anger and jealousy had now been reduced to ashes. The fire raged, and there were sparks that danced in the air. They actually floated all the way to the sky above Bay City before being extinguished. The whole of Luoyang was bathed in this huge fire, and the red light soared into the sky. The bridgehead of Tianjin was illuminated as if it was daytime. Countless commoners crowded there, watching this spectacular fire in shock. Look, look, the Buddha's nose is on fire. Look, the Buddha's arm fell off. Because of the decomposition of the Buddha, the sparks turned into an even more magnificent flame. The northern wind was blowing in the sky. The northern wind slightly moved the 100-zhang tall flame. The Ming Tang in front, the most magnificent hall of the Son of Heaven in history, the Wan Xiang Shen Gong, suddenly burst into flames. The people on the Tianjin bridgehead cried out in alarm again, "Heavens! The Wan Xiang Shen Palace is also on fire." Shui Huai was burned by the rolling heat wave and retreated a few steps. He looked at the burning heaven in a daze, and then looked at the Ming Tang that was just on fire. It seemed like he suddenly sobered up from the alcohol. He staggered a few steps back, and suddenly threw the wine jar away. The torch was also thrown away like a poisonous snake biting his hand. He then hurriedly pushed away the dumbstruck palace maids and servants, and escaped like a wisp of smoke. Chapter 689. When the first rays of the morning sun once again bathed the earth in its gentleness, the melodious bell and the unhurried but deafening drum did not ring out on the gate of heaven as usual. The fire had not been extinguished. The incomparably tall heaven and the magnificent Pantheon Palace were no more, but the huge wood and all kinds of exquisite carvings made of hardwood had not been completely burned. The fire was still spewing out, and more places were emitting black smoke. The 3-meter-tall golden phoenix at the top of the myriad divine palace had already been warped by the raging flames. The gold on its surface had already melted away, leaving only a frame of pure iron. It lay on the bonfire in a strange shape blackened by the smoke. This magnificent, towering palace that seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and spit out the earth had already turned into a pile of ruins. Almost no one in Luoyang slept that night. Everyone was watching the unprecedented and unimaginable fire in the imperial palace, and the people in the imperial palace were even more so. The warriors, servants, and maids who had rushed to fetch water and extinguish the fire collapsed to the ground, exhausted. They couldn't even get up to greet their emperor as he walked past them. Wu Zetian had Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi support her. She trembled as she looked at this place that symbolized her destiny and the destiny of the dynasty. It was the place where the court officials usually gathered and the place where sacrifices were made to the heavens and earth. It was as if everything she had pursued her entire life had been destroyed in a single day. Several guards, eunuchs, and maids who were in charge of heaven knelt in front of her in fear. The white-haired Wu Zetian acted as if she did not see them. She just looked at the still burning flames and the black smoke in confusion, trying hard to imagine what that place looked like yesterday. "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister's request an audience. Your Majesty, King Liang, King Wei, Princess Taiping, and the other members of the imperial family request an audience. Your Majesty, tell them to wait." Wu Zetian trembled as she turned around. Her voice was surprisingly calm. However, it seemed like she couldn't stand still even with Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yiji's support. The dragon-headed walking stick in her hands was also forcefully propping itself against the ground. Wu Zetian tried her best to move forward and straighten her back. After just a few steps, she felt as if she had climbed a very high mountain and was out of breath. Wu Zetian stopped in her tracks and stared at a person. That person immediately walked over and bowed. Wu Zetian breathed heavily and said carefully, "Subject G, you have always been alert and meticulous. Those people, I will leave them to you." As Wu Zetian spoke, her eyes drifted to a place not far away. The person in front of her understood tacitly. He bowed slightly and replied softly, "I, Wu Zetian, will not disappoint your majesty." Wu Zetian looked at him deeply again and nodded. She seemed to gain some strength in her step. Ji Su stood where he was, silently watching Wu Zetian walk away, a cold murderous aura slowly rising on his face. He waved his hand, and a fully armored general of the Yulin army strode in front of him. That day, Ji Su fled from Chang, and in a sorry state to Luoyang, and begged to see the emperor. Shanghai Wan sensed that there was something fishy going on, and this fishy thing was very likely to be harmful to Lai Junchen. She immediately took control of him, and went to see Wu Zetian. The emperor's close minister was here. Some things that the emperor could do or not do, which could be allowed or not allowed, could be completely different when an ordinary minister talked to his close minister. Wu Zetian made an exception and summoned Ji Su. From this, it became clear that the real instigator of Lu Sili and Lu Lianyao's case was this unlucky man in front of her. But unexpectedly, she did not punish Lai Junchen. Instead, she gave Ji Su the position of imperial scholar and kept him by her side. Imperial scholar was in charge of guiding the imperial carriage, writing the 5 ceremonial notes, monitoring the ceremonies and objects, and deciding on the conferment of titles for princes, dukes, and ministers. His rank was not high, but he was truly the emperor's close minister. No one understood why Wu Zetian had done this. Although Ji Su had turned danger into safety, he had not been able to bring down Lai Junchen. Ji Su was also a very deep thinker. He wisely did not bring up this matter again, and only obediently became an imperial scholar. When Lai Junchen learned of this matter, he was very frightened for a while, but the emperor did not give any punishment, so he could only shamelessly pretend that he did not know of this matter. However, this beating was more effective than any warning. Lai Junchen worked even harder and more orderly, at least on the surface. Ji Su knew that the empress wanted him to kill everyone who had seen Xue Huai set the fire last night. She could not let others know that the dignified place where she governed the world and commanded her ministers had been burned because of a lover's jealousy. That would cause her to lose face in front of the people. Once Wu Zetian left, he began to prepare. This was the first task the empress had given him, and he had to do it well. After whispering in his ear, that general of the imperial guards showed a shocked expression, but Ji Su's icy expression caused him to wake up. Ji Su gave a few more instructions in a low voice, and that general of the imperial guards swallowed with difficulty and hurriedly left. Soon, a troop of imperial guards that had been standing guard outside the perimeter was gathered. Then, all the palace maids, guards, and eunuchs that had been on duty that night in the Hall of Light and Heaven were all tied up. The people who were tied up were all dejected. They knew that such an important place had been destroyed, but they had not thought, one after another, the people who were tied up like dumplings were thrown into the raging fire. Because the fire was too hot to approach, every person who was tied up was thrown into the fire by 4 tall and sturdy warriors. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic, but no one cried or cursed because everyone's mouth had been gagged. The other palace maids and eunuchs that were putting out the fire were stunned by this terrifying scene. This night, for them, was a day from hell. The officials came to pay their respects to the empress. The Wanxiang Divine Palace no longer existed, so the empress received the officials in the Hall of Proclamation. This was the most miserable court meeting she had since ascending to the throne. The officials were crowded in the hall, and there was not even a place to stand. And the emperor did not have the alchemy emperor, so he could only sit in front of them behind an imperial desk covered with yellow silk. When Wu Zetian arrived, Shanghai Wanner was comforting the officials, telling them that the emperor was well and the fire was under control. Although she only picked out the things that could be said, because the officials came in batches, this kind of repeated explanation made her mouth dry. It was not until Wu Zetian arrived that the crowded hall quieted down. Since the matter had already happened, it was time to deal with the aftermath. When it came to dealing with the aftermath, the civil and military officials began to quarrel again. Although the hall of proclamation was not small, it was still crowded with so many people. The buzzing sound of quarreling was like a noisy market. Her Majesty should issue an imperial edict to ask for the opinions of the people all over the world, and reflect on the mistakes. After all, such a big fire on the night of the upper prime, this is the punishment of the heavens. Because Shanghai Wanner did not understand the Empress's intention, she did not announce the cause of the fire. She only said that she did not notice it beforehand, and when it was discovered, the fire was already out of control, so after a discussion among the officials, it was already classified as a fire from the heavens. The bootlicker Yang Zixi immediately jumped out. Nonsense! This is not the punishment of the heavens, this is an auspicious sign. As soon as these words left his mouth, everyone was shocked. The market immediately became quiet, and even Wu Zetian was shocked. A huge fire had burned down the heavens and the bright hall, where the emperor gave orders and ruled the world. This was actually an auspicious sign? Prime Minister Yang said with conviction. When King Wu of Zhou conquered Zhou, when the army crossed the river, there was a fire from the heavens. In the end, King Wu succeeded in conquering Zhou and established the great Zhou dynasty for 800 years. His Majesty, the Golden Wheel Emperor of the Ci family, is the descendant of Zhou Empress Wu. This fire from the heavens on the night of the upper prime is clearly an auspicious sign, indicating the prosperity of our great Zhou dynasty. Luoyang magistrate Lai Junqian had already consulted his learned subordinates, and at this time, he also chimed in, saying seriously, that year, when Maitreya became a Buddha, there was a demon burning the palace. This shows that our Majesty is really the reincarnation of Maitreya Buddha. In my opinion, this is indeed an auspicious sign. Since it is an auspicious sign, why should we issue an imperial edict to punish ourselves? Wu Zetian, who had been gloomy, saw that her officials had racked their brains to come up with so many good reasons for her. She could not help but smile, and her gloomy mood also improved a lot. Gods and Buddhas? She already hated them very much. Just like when she used the Shandong aristocrats to deal with the Guanlong aristocrats, when the Shandong aristocrats no longer had any value, she abandoned them like a pair of worn-out shoes. Now, gods and Buddhas also had little value to her. Yang Zixi's words could probably be, this idea only flashed through Wu Zetian's mind for a moment before she eliminated it again. Yang Zixi could flatter her endlessly, but she, as an empress, could not lower her IQ so shamelessly. Heaven and Ming Tang were burned, and it was actually a good omen? If this was spread out, she, Wu Zetian, would become the laughing stock of the world. Wu Zetian chuckled twice and leaned back on the chair tiredly. She said lightly, "This fire is not the heaven's fire. It is not a warning from heaven, nor is it an auspicious sign from heaven." She swept her eyes over the officials and said resolutely, "I have already investigated clearly. The interior of heaven is being repaired, but the craftsmen did not take good care of it and did not guard it properly. They stacked a few rolls of linen too close to the source of the fire, which caused this great disaster. I have already ordered people to severely punish the culprit." The officials looked at each other. Since this matter had nothing to do with the heaven's fire, there was no need to talk about heaven's punishment or auspicious sign. The debaters of the two sides returned to their positions in embarrassment. Wu Zetian closed her eyes and sat for a moment. She opened her eyes and slowly stood up. The original decadent and defeated look was swept away, and she became strangely excited. I want to rebuild heaven and Mingtang. Not only that, I also want to build the 9 continent cauldrons and the 12 zodiac gods. Mingtang and heaven used to be supervised by Master Huai. The construction progress was very fast, and I am very satisfied. This time, Master Huai will still supervise the construction. In the past, when Shui Huai built Mingtang and heaven, there were 20,000 daily laborers, harvesting trees in the mountains, and it cost hundreds of millions of yuan. Now, not only did he want to rebuild Mingtang and heaven, but he also wanted to build the 9 continent cauldrons and the 12 zodiac gods, which had just been completed. The civil and military officials looked at each other. At this time, there were no officials in the imperial court who dared to speak so bluntly. Such officials were either beheaded or sent to other places. Although someone suggested that the emperor should issue an edict of self-condemnation, it was only in accordance with the rules since ancient times. It was not intended to embarrass the emperor. Now that the emperor had made a decision, no one dared to oppose it. Chapter 690. Yang Fan did not watch the fire for the whole night. Although it might be a rare grand scene in his life, it did not seem fun to watch the fire with his wife and children. When his son began to feel sleepy and closed his eyes to play with the donkey, he took his family back home. After returning home and putting the children to sleep, he stood in the courtyard with Ah Nu and Xiao Man and sighed together for a while before returning to his room to sleep. Even if the palace was burned to the ground, it had nothing to do with him, and he did not associate the fire with Shui Huai. The next morning, he dealt with some matters in the study and casually inquired about the situation of the fire last night. He could not help but sigh when he learned that Mingtang and heaven had been burned to rubble. Near noon, Ren Wei came to report. The people escorting the illusion artists to the capital had arrived. Yang Fan could not help but frown. With such a big thing happening in the palace, a series of celebration activities must be cancelled. If he could not let these illusion artists, who could expose the fraud of the swindlers, appear in front of Wu Zetian in a natural way, Wu Zetian would definitely be more vigilant. In this case, even if he could use the Empress to settle the score with the 3 swindlers and successfully eradicate young Master Zhang's important power, it would also bring great losses to himself. The Empress would not be unaware that someone was using her. With her strong character, she would not hesitate to obliterate those who used her. Yang Fan was still hesitating whether to let these artists stay in Luoyang and wait for the opportunity, or to forcefully expose the tricks of the 3 swindlers regardless of the risk of exposing his own power. Another message was sent to his residence. After receiving this news, Yang Fan decisively ordered to first settle the illusion artists and wait for changes. The fire last night, which had nothing to do with him, suddenly made a major turn in his plan. The news Yang Fan received was, the so-called reincarnation of pure light Buddha, the Shenhui of Hanoi, has been expelled by the emperor. It turned out that after the fire in the palace, the old nun of Hanoi also heard the news and rushed to the palace to express her condolences. At that time, Wu Zetian had just sent away the civil and military officials and the members of the imperial family. She returned to Lichuantai and lay down on her bed. The news of the old nun from Hanoi suddenly ignites Wu Zetian's suppressed anger at this moment. You are known as the reincarnation of the pure light Buddha and can see the past and the future. Why didn't you explain to me why heaven and Mingtang were on fire? As soon as the old nun saw Wu Zetian, she was frightened by her roar. She was so scared that her knees went soft and she knelt on the ground. Lies. It was all a lie. It was all a lie. You liar. You swindler. Wu Zetian's voice could not help but tremble. Back then, in order to build Mingtang and heaven, the treasury had been exhausted. That magnificent building was her pride, it was her symbol, It was her sacred palace that commanded the world. But now there was only a pile of rubbish that had not been completely burned. The old nun from Hanoi said in a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, scram. I don't want to see you. Scram back to Hanoi. I don't want to see you any more." Wu Zetian roared and grabbed a vase and threw it at her. The old nun from Hanoi covered her head and fled like a rat. Zhang Changzong contemptuously glanced at the back of the old nun from Hanoi. Since these swindlers talk nonsense about Xue Huai being the reincarnation of the Skundao with a stick and the protector of the Maitreya Buddha, he had already hated these swindlers. Now, he finally vented his disgust. Wu Zetian was still angry. She seemed to regret that the old nun from Hanoi fled too quickly and could not let her continue to vent. Ming Tang was destroyed in a day. Her heart ached, but she could not immediately execute the culprit. The anger in her heart was really indescribable. The old nun from Hanoi was sent back to Hanoi, removed from the position of abbot of Linji Temple, and confiscated the bestowed property? Yang Fan listened to the urgent news sent by his subordinate and could not help but frown. If the true colors of the three swindlers had been seen through by the emperor himself, the illusionary master he had invited from thousands of miles away would be useless. The emperor's punishment for the swindlers was to send them back. It was probably because the empress had misgivings and did not want to use a clear method of punishment. Thus, the world would laugh at her, a dignified emperor, for being played by a few swindlers. But in this way, the method he had planned for a long time to deal with young Master Jiang would be useless. Yang Fan thought for a long time and suddenly raised his head. "No. If this matter is resolved like this, all our plans will be useless. Immediately start the impeachment. We must take the initiative." Lu Rui, the chief of the ancestral temple, rushed into Zhu Ti's office and reported the news of the old nun from Hanoi being sent back to her superior. Ming Tang was on fire. The old nun from Hanoi, who claimed to know everything in the past and future, did not give any warning. The emperor is furious and has already sent her back. Zhu Ti immediately twirled his beard and coldly reprimanded the old nun from Hanoi for bewitching the emperor, misleading the public with her lies, and using small tricks to swindle people. He had completely forgotten how he had fawned over the old nun from Hanoi when she was in favor. Lu Rui shook his head and smiled. "Does Doctor still not understand the intention of this subordinate mentioning this matter to Doctor? We, the ancestral temple, should understand the emperor's will and share his majesty's worries." Zhu Ti said blankly, "Understand the emperor's will, Chief Lu means?" Lu Rui secretly twitched his mouth. If this Dr. Zhu had not offered his daughter to Wei Wang and received Wei Wang's favor to become a side Wang Fei, with his brain, how could he be fit to sit in the position of the ancestral temple's doctor? But Lu Rui did not dare to show the slightest contempt on his face. Instead, he earnestly guided, "Aya, my Dr. Zhu, you only care about the matters within your responsibility. Your conduct has always been honest and simple. No wonder you cannot understand the crux of this." Zhu Ti smiled awkwardly. Yes. Please enlighten me, Chief Lu." Lu Rui repeatedly waved his hand. "Dr. Zhu is too polite. I do not dare to enlighten you. This subordinate is Dr. Zhu's subordinate. These matters should be handled by me on Dr. Zhu's behalf." Seeing that Zhu Ti was getting impatient from waiting, Lu Rui said, "Dr. Zhu, the emperor has always been wise. When has he ever been deceived like this? Especially the Ming Tang and the great fire of heaven. Years of hard work were destroyed in one day. The emperor's heart aches. Now he hates this swindling old nun from Hanoi to death. He wants nothing more than to hack her into 1,000 pieces." Zhu Ti blinked his eyes and said blankly, "Then why did the emperor not behead her and only chase her out of the capital?" Lu Rui said, "Dr. Zhu, think about it. If the emperor wanted to kill her, what crime would he use? Accuse her of swindling and deceiving the emperor? The emperor is wise. How could he be deceived by a swindler? If he were to punish her, wouldn't that implicate the emperor as well? Wouldn't he be the laughing-stock of the world? At least Zhu Ti was not hopelessly stupid. When he heard this, he finally understood. He blinked his eyes and suddenly became excited. Chief Lu, you mean Lu Rui said, that's right. The emperor wants to punish the old nun from Hanoi but has no reason. He can't say the real reason. What should he do? As officials, we should share the ruler's burdens. We have this reason. If Lang Zhong were to help His Majesty find a reason, do you think His Majesty would not look at Lang Zhong in a different light? Zhu Ti slapped the table and stood up. He said excitedly, that's right. Chief Lu, this official did not rely on you as a confidant for nothing. If the emperor appreciates me, I will definitely return the favor. I don't dare. I should work for Dr. Zhu. The old nun from Hanoi fled back to Linji Temple. Thinking about it carefully, the emperor only chased her back to Hanoi. As for taking back the Buddhist property, she couldn't take the Buddhist fields with her anyway. She didn't want to rely on Wu Zetian to live in the capital for the rest of her life. This result was not unacceptable. She calmed down and planned to run away as soon as she returned to Linji Temple, but now she was reluctant. These days, she had collected a lot of money in Linji Temple. These were all floating wealth and could be taken away. However, a lot of the money had been loaned and needed to be collected immediately. In addition, to take so much money away, she needed to load it and hire guards. This was not something that could be solved in a short time. So when the old nun from Hanoi returned to Linji Temple, she pretended to be calm and didn't reveal the news to her disciples. While she was busy arranging the transportation of the treasures, she also hosted the tonsure ceremony for 3 prostitutes and distributed spies. From this, she earned another 180 strings of coins. That afternoon, Zhu Ti, the minister of the ancestral department, sent a memorial to the palace. It accused the abbot of Linji Temple, the old nun from Hanoi, of eating wine and meat every day and corrupting the rules of Buddhism. She also distributed spies wantonly, causing many prostitutes to seek shelter in Buddhism and evade taxes. What's more, she simply turned Linji Temple into a brothel and seduced customers, making the peaceful Buddhist land unbearably filthy. Zhu Ti didn't make up the things mentioned in the memorial. Every word and sentence was the truth. When the old nun from Hanoi was favored, not only did he not dare to submit the memorial, but he also had to cover for her. At this time, he only reported what other Buddhist disciples, especially the original cultivators of Linji Temple, had reported. Shangguan Wanner was in the palace to take care of things. After learning that the memorial was ordered by her Langjun, the impeachment memorial, which would take at least 7 days to reach the emperor in the current chaotic situation, was delivered to Li Chuantai after the time it took for a stick of incense to burn in front of Shangguan Wanner's desk. The person in charge of reading the memorial to the emperor in Li Chuantai was Zhang Yizhi. The Zhang brothers hated the 3 swindlers who flattered their rival in love, Xue Huai. As soon as they saw such a thing, they immediately read it as the most important memorial to Wu Zetian. Then they added oil and vinegar to the story of the influence these Buddhist scum had on the empress's reputation. Wu Zetian wanted to cut the old nun from Hanoi into pieces. However, it was difficult to find a crime. She would never admit that she was deceived by the old nun from Hanoi and flew into a rage out of humiliation. Now that there was such a crime, she would not be polite anymore. She immediately ordered angrily, "Arrest the old nun from Hanoi and hand her over to the ancestral department for trial." Therefore, in order to evade taxes, all the women who bribed the old nun from Hanoi to become spies are arrested. They will not be official servants. That night, the Linji Temple was surrounded by the people sent by the prefectural magistrate of Luoyang, Lai Junshin. Not only did they catch the old nun from Hanoi, more than 100 fake nuns who were eating and drinking, but they also caught more than 50 whoremongers who came to the nunnery to visit prostitutes. It could be said that the results of the battle were impressive. That was not all. Lai Junshin had also obtained a list of all the monks who had been tongued by the old nun of Hanoi from the temple. This could be found from the records of the spies. Lai Junshin began to launch a vigorous arrest operation throughout the city. It was the 16th of the first lunar month. The curfew in Luoyang was still lifted, and the people in the city were still celebrating. Last night they had witnessed the grand fire of the imperial palace, and this night there were countless young and beautiful nuns with shaved heads, as well as gorgeously dressed prostitutes who were caught from various brothels and alleys. This night it was another exciting night. Chapter 691. Early the next morning, Su Yugong and Zhang Etian of the Censorate, Li Jixiao and Hua Xingfan of the Ministry of Works, Chu Ianchen Etian of the Ministry of Revenue, and Hu Xianghui of the Ministry of Rights all submitted petitions. This time, the scope of their impeachment had expanded from the old nun of Hanoi to Taoist Si Fang and Hu Mole. How Taoist Si Fang used the opportunity of finding the elixir for the emperor to abuse his power, how he accepted bribes, how he helped a large number of merchants who bribed him to evade taxes, how he used official carriages to transport goods for free, how he interfered with local justice, how Hu Mole interfered with the affairs of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Works, how he forced the Ministry of Revenue to change the severely affected areas to lightly affected areas after accepting bribes, and how he reduced taxes for the areas that were not affected by the disaster, but the heavily affected areas did not have taxes reduced, and there was no relief, and countless victims starved to death. How he interfered with several major projects that the Ministry of Works was in charge of. These were all facts that could be investigated and not some groundless accusation from the imperial censorate. The more Wu Zetian read on, the angrier she became. She immediately gave the order to capture the barbarian Mo Lei. At the same time, she sent people out of the capital to capture Taoist Si Fang, who was still enjoying himself. All the arrested people were handed over to Lai Junshin. Whenever Lai Junshin had a chance to mess with people, he would be so energetic that he could be energetic even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Since Lai Junshin took over this task, he was so energetic that he didn't even go home. He lived in the prefectural magistrate's office all day long. Under his efficient speed of solving cases and his style of cracking down on cases, young Master Jiang had no time to make any response. His last source of income was broken one by Lai Junshin, as if he was digging tree root. On the 16th of the first month, Xue Huai sobered up before the fire was completely extinguished. He hid in the abbot's meditation room for 3 days in a panic. For the first time, he didn't drink a drop of wine. If there was any movement outside, he would think that the emperor sent people to arrest him. Although the disciples of the first class didn't know what the guardian master of the state had done, they all saw Xue Huai's frightened look. In order to not let Xue Huai continue to panic, the whole backyard of the White Horse Temple became a forbidden area. No one was allowed to enter and absolute silence was maintained. However, the unusual silence made Xue Huai even more anxious. It wasn't until 5 days later that he was finally freed. 5 days later, the cause of the fire in the Ming Hall and the Heavenly Hall was finally announced to the world. The cause of the fire was that a few craftsmen who were repairing the Heavenly Hall had placed several rolls of linen next to the source of the fire, and the palace maids and eunuchs who were looking after the Heavenly Hall had neglected their duties. These poor people were sentenced to death, and so the matter came to an end. At the same time, the imperial court announced plans to rebuild Ming Tang and Heaven. This time, they also planned to cast the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac god. The entire project was still supervised by Xue Huai. After receiving the imperial edict, Xue Huai sat alone in the meditation room for a long time. That great fire vented his anger, but it did not increase his intelligence. After thinking about it, he finally figured it out. This is the emperor's compensation to him. The emperor felt his anger, so he used this almost flattering method to please him. The man who sold medicine in Jianghu had never read the history book. He did not understand that when the emperors in history wanted to get rid of a person, they would often treat him warmly and generously. They would show more trust and favor him than usual. In his view, if the emperor wanted to kill him, it would only take a word. Since the emperor did not do so and gave him such a lucrative job, it meant that the emperor had forgiven him for his mistakes and was trying to salvage the relationship between them. Thinking about the fear and unease he had felt these few days, Xue Huai could not help but want to laugh at himself. Yes, the entire world belongs to the empress. Only 2 houses were burned. How could the empress be angry? Do you think 2 palaces are a big deal to a wealthy monarch? Xue Huai became excited. He had not drunk for a few days, and his mouth was so bland. He immediately ordered a banquet and gathered his trusted disciples to eat and drink to their heart's content. As he was drunk, he could not help but flaunt the truth about Ming Tang and the heavenly hall to his disciples. In his view, this was the embodiment of his manhood. He knew that because he had fallen out of favor, even some of his disciples were gossiping about him behind his back. He used this matter to announce to everyone, "The emperor still loves me. No matter what trouble I cause, he will not punish me." With the emperor's anger, there was no longer a need for Yang Fan to arrange for people to impeach the 3 swindlers. There was always no lack of people in the court who would follow the will of the emperor and hit a man when he was down. More and more people began to expose the 3 swindlers. Not only did they accuse them of using the tiger's might to intimidate others, but they also began to expose their so-called magical powers with a lot of facts. The old nun of Hanoi, who had missed the best opportunity to escape, was arrested and sent to prison. The prostitutes who wanted to rely on her to escape taxes were all sent to various places to serve. Even the Sinong Temple sent more than 20 young girls to be responsible for weaving straw mat. The sudden distribution of so many beautiful women with bright eyes and white teeth was a very happy thing for the craftsman who had been working in the Sinong Temple's bamboo supervisor. Regarding this, the workers of the Dragon Gate Hot Spring Soup supervisor were very dissatisfied. If they were given a few, they might have the opportunity to peep at the beautiful women bathing. Giving them to the bamboo supervisor was a reckless waste of God's gift. The immortal nun of Hanoi, who knew 500 years in the past and 500 years in the future, did not foresee this calamity for herself. She fell into Lai Junshan's hands. This immortal nun was frightened by Lai Junshan's cruel methods. In reality, she had not seen anything. She was frightened by everything she had heard about Lai Junshan. When she was thrown into prison and learned that this was Lai Junshan's territory, she immediately untied her belt and hanged herself. She was afraid that if she was one step late, she would not be able to live or die. The immortal nun of Hanoi's death was so clean and neat that it made Lai Junshan, who had arrived a step late, very depressed. He had wanted to use the immortal nun of Hanoi to bite a few more ministers into prison so that the case of arresting high-ranking officials would have more weight. Soon after, Taoist Shifang and the barbarian Moliai were also listed as wanted by the imperial court. The barbarian Moliai had escaped. This was all thanks to the old nun of Hanoi. When she lost the emperor's trust and was ordered to return to Hanoi, she had sent someone to inform Moliai. She knew that she had lost the emperor's trust, so the future of Moliai, who was not valued by the emperor, was also worrying. The 3 of them were only a temporary group of swindlers. Now that a disaster had befallen them, they naturally went their separate ways. However, whether it was because of their past friendship or because she was worried that Moliai would confess something about her after he fell from the horse, she needed to inform Moliai. Although Moliai did not commit a crime at that time, he was even more careful than she was. When he heard her disciples' words, telling him to escape as soon as possible, he even abandoned the 7 treasures carriage. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still no curfew that night, he hurriedly packed some soft things and fled in the night. When Tang Zong arrived at his residence, it was already empty. Taoist Shifeng was not so lucky. He had been free and unfettered outside for more than half a year. Everywhere he went, he was like a king. Glory, splendor, wealth, silk, and women were all enjoyed to his heart's content. After more than half a year, it was time to return to the imperial court to hand in the imperial edict, so he reluctantly returned. On the way, he was still thinking that when he saw the emperor, he would tell him that he was still missing a few ingredients to refine the elixir of immortality. The main ingredients had not been found yet, and he would continue to travel south in the spring. Who would have thought that before he arrived at Luoyang, he would be captured alive by the people sent by the imperial court to arrest him? Taoist Shifeng, this Jianghu swindler, was also very straightforward. When he heard that the case was handled by Lai Junchen, he knew that it was impossible for him to survive. In order to avoid suffering, it was better to end his life early. On this point, as a Jianghu wanderer, he was much more clear-headed than the two officials, Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao. Lu Sili and Shu Lianyao believed Lai Junchen's lies. In order to survive, they did not know how many old friends they had bitten. As a result, when there was nothing left to bite, they were still pushed out by Lai Junchen to be beheaded. However, because of the old nun of Hanoi's suicide, the people sent to arrest Taoist Shifeng strengthened the guard. He had not found a chance to commit suicide, so he pretended to be docile, causing the people watching him to gradually relax their vigilance. When he was escorted to the Yanshi near Luoyang, Taoist Shifeng finally found a chance to commit suicide successfully. Among the three main criminals, one escaped and two died. This made Lai Junchen extremely angry. Taoist Shifeng and the barbarian Molei did not have any disciples or subordinates, and the so-called disciples of the old nun of Hanoi were all prostitutes in the brothel, and most of them were half-clothed, so they wanted to seek shelter under the old nun of Hanoi to evade taxes. These women had never served high-ranking officials, so how could he expand his achievements? At this time, the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, Li Jing, suddenly appeared as if he was helped by God. Few people in Luoyang Prefecture knew that Li Jing had a cousin who was the chief eunuch in charge of Princess Taiping's mansion. After all, it was not a glorious thing to have a eunuch in one's family. However, everyone knew that Li Jing was not only slippery and cunning, but also quite capable. That was why he could become an official from a poor family until he became the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture. Li Jing provided a lot of important information to Lai Junchen. According to the information provided by Li Jing, Lai Junchen caught many big fishes who relied on the three divine fakes to make money. Although these so-called big fishes were just small fish and shrimp for Lai Junchen, because most of them were not officials in Luoyang Prefecture, these people were rich and powerful and had a high status. For example, the largest pharmacy in Luoyang Prefecture, Jichuan Hall, had a branch in Yangzhou. At the moment, Lai Junchen was short of people. He was very appreciative of this subordinate who suddenly appeared and was very talented in solving cases. Soon, he hinted to the current revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, Li Pali. Li Kanjun immediately found a reason to send a gift and asked someone to transfer him from his original position. For a long time, it was common to ask someone to send a gift to be promoted to a higher position or a better place, but it was very rare to be transferred to a small place. Li Kanjun did this, so many people thought that he must have made a big mistake in his original position, or been caught taking bribes or something, so he used this method to avoid trouble. Generally speaking, in the officialdom, unless it was a life-and-death enemy, it was rare to kill someone. If the other party took the initiative to give up his position, and you still didn't let it go, it would inevitably make other colleagues hate you. So this method was the best way to avoid trouble. Poor Li Kanjun had never been caught by anyone. It was just that the governor wanted him to leave, and he didn't dare to refuse. Then Lai Junchen immediately asked for an imperial edict to appoint Li Jing as the revenue assessor of Luoyang Prefecture, in charge of the 6 prefectures. He became the third person with real power in Luoyang Prefecture, under the governor and the magistrate. Chapter 692. Yang Fan only found out that Xue Huai was the arsonist on the 10th day of the palace fire. Xue Huai regarded his act of arson as an achievement, a supreme glory, and proudly told his disciples about it. His disciples followed suit and regarded it as a great achievement of their master, and proudly flaunted it to the outside world. Although Wu Zetian had tightly sealed the news from the palace, she did not expect the person involved to leak it out. However, the news was only spread in the streets and had not reached the ears of the upper echelons. Yang Fan had been using Lai Junqian's sharp teeth and claws to destroy young Master Zhang's last foundation in Luoyang. He did not notice the news related to Xue Huai until the 10th day, when the head of the Ministry of Justice, Yuan Han, came to visit. Yang Fan chatted with him for a while, and heard Yuan Han mention it by accident. Yang Fan was shocked when he heard it. He never thought that Xue Huai was the culprit. Although the palace was secretive about this news, he quietly sent Yuan Han away and immediately prepared a horse to go straight to White Horse Temple. He was the one who burned down Wanxiang Divine Palace? Is this true or just a rumor? If it was him, other people might not know, but Wan has no reason not to know. How come there is no news from the palace? However, after thinking about it, Yang Fan smiled bitterly. He already understood why Wan kept his mouth shut. With Wan understanding of Wu Zetian, she probably knew that the Empress wanted to kill him when the fire started. Why did Wan tell him this news? If he did not care about it, then it had nothing to do with him. If he wanted to save Xue Huai, the person who wanted to kill him was the Emperor. Yang Fan was bound to go against the most powerful person in the world. Would Wan let him take such a risk for Xue Huai? Not to mention Wan impression of Xue Huai. When Yang Fan arrived at White Horse Temple, he saw many officials coming in and out. Yang Fan could not help but be secretly shocked. He did not know what happened here. He was currently suspended at home. Today, he only wore a casual robe when he came to White Horse Temple. He did not know any of the officials coming in and out. Yang Fan braced himself and walked to the backyard of White Horse Temple. The further he walked, the more officials came in and out. Many of them were carrying things like scrolls under their ribs and were in a hurry. Yang Fan went to the backyard and looked around. He happened to see a monk sitting under the west mountain wall and basking in the sun. He had his eyes closed as if he was resting. Yang Fan knew at a glance that this monk was silently chanting the Tao scriptures to his 3 pure Taoist ancestors. After being a monk for so long, his infatuation with Taishang Laojun had never changed. If he was chanting Taoist scriptures in his room, it would be inappropriate for other martial brothers to hear him. Therefore, he came out to find a place to do his homework every day. Yang Fan walked over. He wanted to wait for him to finish his homework before asking about the situation. He could not rashly go see Xue Huai. He did not expect Monk Yizhua to be wearing a monk's robe and chanting. He felt a little guilty. When he felt someone approaching, he immediately stopped his homework and opened his eyes. Ah, Erlang is here. Monk Yizhua quickly stood up and cupped his fist in greeting. Yang Fan returned the greeting and said, "Master, don't be so courteous. Is Master Xue here? What are these officials doing?" Monk Yizhua said, "Master Xue is in the abbot's meditation room. These officials are from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rites. They are here to rebuild Mingtang and heaven." Yang Fan suddenly understood. No wonder he did not know any of these officials. They were from the 2 yamens that he had never dealt with before. Yang Fan nodded and said, "I understand. I was worried that something might have happened. I shall not disturb Master Yizhua anymore. I will go see Master Xue first." Yang Fan bowed to Monk Yizhua and walked towards the abbot's meditation room. Monk Yizhua sat cross-legged and flicked his forehead. He mumbled, "Where was I chanting?" He rolled his eyes and thought about it. He could only start from the beginning. There are 3 grades of medicine: spirit, chi, and essence. Vaguely and indistinctly. Exist without defend. Be formed in an instant. Return wind mixed. Be spiritual in 100 days. Silently pray to God. Ascend in 1 era. The wise understand easily, the ignorant find it difficult. Tread on the light of heaven. Breathe in purity. Enter the profound. Be alive or dead. Inside the abbot's meditation room, there were blueprints everywhere. The officials from the Ministry of Rites and the Ministry of Works treated this place as their office. The bustling and messy atmosphere was comparable to the scene when Xue Huai gathered the 10 eminent monks to study the Great Cloud Sutra. Among them, Master Craftsman Shaoling was the busiest. At that time, the status of the craftsman was lower than that of the peasants. However, the truly capable craftsman, like great minister of musical house like Master Mei, had a high status. Master Craftsman Shao, as the Master Craftsman, was an imperial court official of the 3rd grade. The 1st and 2nd grades were just nominal positions. The 3rd grade was the highest grade among the officials with real power. His official position was indeed not low. However, Master Craftsman Shao was also being ordered around by Xue Huai. Xue Huai sat cross-legged on the couch. There was wine and meat in front of him. He was drinking to his heart's content. It shouldn't be that hard, right? In my opinion, Mingtang and Heaven should just use the original blueprints and make some slight changes. Just leave the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac statues. The other rules and designs will remain the same. There is no need for the Ministry of Rites to get involved. Xue Huai picked up the bowl and took a big gulp. He looked at Master Craftsman Shao and said, "Old Shao, you don't have to worry too much. Once the planning is done, we will start immediately. As for the size and appearance of the 9 cauldrons and the 12 zodiac statues, you can take your time to discuss. Just leave some space first." Xue Huai regarded the reconstruction of Mingtang and Heaven as an opportunity for him and the Empress to reconcile. He was very serious about it. Before the 1st lunar month, he called the relevant personnel from the Ministry of Works and the Ministry of Rites to start planning for the reconstruction. Just as he was pointing, he suddenly saw a person appear at the door, standing there motionlessly. Although there were many people going in and out of the meditation room, there were very few people standing at the door. Xue Huai took a closer look, and his eyes immediately lit up. He laughed and said, 17, huh? The person at the door hurriedly made a gesture and turned to leave. Xue Huai was very surprised. He scratched his bald head and said to Master Craftsman Shao in a rough voice, "You guys go ahead. I will go out for a walk." Xue Huai hugged his loose monk robe, put on his monk shoes and stomped out of the meditation room. Yang Fan was waiting at the bottom of the stairs. When he saw Xue Huai coming out, he did not say anything. He only made a gesture to Xue Huai and continued to walk forward. Xue Huai followed behind in confusion. Under the west mountain wall, Monk Yizhua opened his right eye and glanced at them. He continued to recite while groaning. The reason why all living beings can't achieve the true path is because they have delusions. Worry and delusion, pain and suffering in body and mind. They will suffer humiliation, wander between life and death, sink into the sea of bitterness, and lose the true path forever. Yang Fan led Xue Huai into the tranquil Zen forest. Only then did he stop and turned around to look at Xue Huai quietly. Xue Huai smiled. 17, why are you so sneaky? Yang Fan said, I heard the rumor that it was Master Xue who burned down Mingtang in heaven? Xue Huai was startled and laughed. That's right. You also know about this. Haha, in a fit of anger, Yang Fan stared at him quietly and interrupted his words. It is said that the Emperor's eldest daughter, Princess Dingan, was strangled to death by her biological mother when she was still a baby. Master Xue, do you think this is true? Xue Huai was startled and frowned. Why did 17 suddenly mention this? Yang Fan said, Please answer me, Master Xue. Xuehuai scratched his head and said, "That is just a rumor. Didn't they say that the little princess was strangled to death by Empress Wang? As the biological mother, why would the Empress kill her own daughter?" Yang Fan nodded and asked again. The late Crown Prince Li Hong had an audience with the current emperor at the Harmony Palace and died immediately. It is said that he was poisoned to death by the current emperor. Master Xue, do you think this is credible? Xuehuai still didn't understand what Yang Fan meant. He said slowly, "Didn't the court say that Li Hong died of a sudden illness? It shouldn't have anything to do with the emperor?" Yang Fan smiled and asked again. The late Crown Prince Yen was banished to Bazhou and was later ordered to commit suicide by the emperor. Is this true? Xuehuai's face began to turn ugly. He subconsciously rubbed his head and said, That was God Qiu's mistake." Yang Fan followed up with another question. The late Crown Prince Yen's 2 sons, the 2 grandsons of the current emperor, were beaten to death with iron whips by the current emperor. Is this true? Xuehuai's face turned ugly. 17. What are you trying to tell me? Yang Fan said, "Also, the emperor's 4 cousins died after being banished for less than a year. The emperor's eldest sister-in-law was whipped to death. The emperor's sister, Madame of Han, and niece, Madame of Wei, died before they could leave the palace. The emperor's daughter-in-law, the crown princess and concubine of the current crown prince, were beaten to death. I won't mention the Li Tang's royal family, who were eradicated one by one. I also won't mention the civil and military officials who made great contributions to the court. These people I just mentioned are the closest people to the emperor. Other than a few of them who once threatened the emperor's power, the rest have no influence on the emperor. In terms of closeness, they are all much closer to the emperor than you, Master Xue. Master Xue, they are all souls now. When will you die suddenly, or because someone misunderstood the emperor's will, or because you are not acclimatized, or because of any other random reasons?" Xuehuai's face turned red, then white as a sheet. He roared angrily, 17. What are you talking about? Do you know that if the emperor hears what you just said, even 100 heads won't be enough to chop off? Yang Fan said, I know. But will Master Xue report me? Xuehuai was furious. **T. You are underestimating me. You know I won't be such a despicable person. Besides, how can I not know that you are saying this for my own good? Why would I? Yang Fan once again cut him off. That's why I came here today to tell you the truth. Master Xue, you are in big trouble. Xuehuai laughed and waved his hand. Alarmist! Alarmist! 17. I understand your good intentions, but I am different from them. I did not offend the emperor. I only burned 2 houses. The emperor is rich, will he hate me for this? I am her man. Yang Fan was stunned. He did not expect Feng Xiaobao to be so naive. Even though he was eloquent, he was speechless when faced with such a hooligan. Chapter 693. All along, the people that Yang Fan had met were very smart. Some people only needed him to say half of a sentence, and they would naturally understand the second half. For people like Ning Ku, who was almost demon-like in terms of intelligence, he didn't even need to speak to know what Yang Fan was thinking. Yang Fan had never met someone as childish and stubborn as Xuehuai. So much so that he tried his best to talk to Xuehuai, but in the end, he didn't know how to communicate with Xuehuai. He racked his brains but still couldn't think of a way to communicate with Xuehuai so that Xuehuai could understand how dangerous his current situation was. Xuehuai saw that Ning Ke was trembling all over. He didn't know that Ning Ke was angered by his blockhead and couldn't help but want to beat him up. Xuehuai thought that Ning Ke was worried about him, so he comforted Ning Ke. All right. I know that you are thinking this way and you are also worried about me. Don't worry, although what you said is disgraceful to others, in my eyes, it's nothing. Since it came out of your mouth and entered my ears, it won't be heard by a third person. Yang Fan slowly raised his head and looked speechless. He really didn't know how to explain to this stubborn bull. When Yang Fan left the White Horse Temple, he wanted to cry but had no tears. He was defeated by Xue Huai's stupidity. Xue Huai firmly believed that he was Wu Jiong's man. How could a woman who had slept with him for more than 10 years kill her man for 2 houses? Even if she fell in love with someone else, it was impossible for her to hurt him. She helped him cover up the fact that Ming Hall and Heaven were burned down, and still gave him the important task of rebuilding Ming Hall and Heaven. This was enough to prove this point. 17, you're here. Yang Fan was walking out dejectedly when Hong 1, Hong 6, and a group of people came in from outside. Each of them reeked of alcohol and came back from somewhere. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's expression, Hong Lu waved his hand to let his fellow disciples leave, leaving only Hong Yi and him, the 2 closest to Yang Fan. He carefully asked, 17, what's wrong? Yang Fan smiled bitterly when he saw them. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He hesitated for a moment before speaking out his worries. However, he couldn't use such a sharp questioning this time. He could only say those words to Xue Huai. When Hong 1 and Hong 6 heard this, their expressions immediately tensed up. Yang Fan said, maybe. I'm wrong. After all, this is just my wild guess, but… Hong Lu said with a sullen face, I think 17 is right. Eldest senior brother, what do you think? Hong 1 nodded forcefully, I think so too. If 17 is worried, then there must be a problem. Yang Fan was greatly surprised. He didn't expect that no matter how much he tried to present the facts and reason, Xue Huai still couldn't change his mind. He only expressed his worries without any analysis or explanation, but these 2 fellow disciples actually believed him without a doubt. It seemed that there were still smart people. Yang Fan couldn't help but regain some confidence in his eloquence. Unexpectedly, Hong 1 continued, who is brother 17? To put it blasphemously, our group of martial brothers is a bunch of hooligans, including Master. The one who really made a name for herself is 17. Look at 17's achievements in the military, the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Personnel. I've always admired 17. If 17 says this, then it must be true. Yang Fan was stunned. He didn't expect Hong 1 to believe him so much. It wasn't because his analysis was reasonable, but blind worship? Hong Lu thought deeply. I also think it's an honor to hear from Master. Now that 17 said this, I think it's true. She can even steal the property that her husband left for her son. She can even kill her own son and grandson without batting an eyelid. Why would she care about Master? Yang Fan calmed himself down. He didn't care why these 2 believed him so much. It was good enough that they believed him. Yang Fan hurriedly said, Eldest senior brother, 6 senior brother, Master Xue has always trusted you 2 the most. Please persuade Master Xue. It's not too late to escape. I believe if Master Xue escapes, the Emperor won't kill him. Also, you 2 better prepare for the worst. Hong 1 and Hong Lu had indeed reached the level of Yang Fan's diehard fans. They worshipped his words as if they were gods. The 2 nodded forcefully, don't worry. We'll go back and persuade Master immediately. Our brothers will also advise them to pack up and hide in the countryside. We'll see how things go before we decide. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out. Yang Fan nodded. He hesitated for a moment and added in a low voice, if Master Xue still doesn't listen, I think you 2 should also plan early. If I'm not wrong, the Emperor won't tolerate it for too long. Once the fire in the palace dies down, he'll immediately. Hong 1 and Hong Lu looked at each other. Hong 1 said to Yang Fan, 17, don't worry. You have a family and a business. You're willing to take such a big risk for Master. Master and us brothers haven't been friends for nothing. Don't worry about us. Don't come here for a while. You don't want to be implicated. We're all single. You have a wife and a son. You have to think about your family. Yang Fan understood what the 2 meant. He said in surprise, Eldest brother, you too. Hong Lu was still smiling. He said, 17, you're very capable, but we're not. We're just ruffians in the alleys. If it weren't for Master, we wouldn't be able to eat and drink well. We would have been beaten to death and become corpses in the sewers long ago. If Master is willing to leave, we'll go with him. If he doesn't, then our cheap lives are worthless. We'll just have to compensate him. Yang Fan looked at him in surprise. Hong Lu didn't think he said anything heroic. Hong Won nodded with a matter-of-fact expression. They weren't good people, but loathsome ruffians in the street. They bullied the good, ate free meals, and took advantage of young ladies and young wives. They were detestable and had no moral integrity to speak of. However, in their eyes, loyalty was 10,000 times more valuable than their cheap lives. Yang Fan had already been beaten black and blue by Xue Huai's stupidity. However, the stupid words of these two equally stupid people had inadvertently touched his heartstrings. He silently stared at the two for a long time. He lightly patted Hong Lu's shoulder and said with a serious expression, "Many righteous people are like dogs. Good, good, good." Yang Fan turned around and strode out of the White Horse Temple. At this moment, he had already decided that no matter what, he would save Xue Huai's life. Although he was domineering and stupid, although both the rich and the poor hated him, although he lived like a clown, he was still his friend. Young Master Jiang didn't have any friends. He was high and mighty. He didn't even care about the emperor. He was a clean freak. The most beautiful woman in the world was dirty in his eyes. However, he would rather have a friend now. Even if it was just a dog-meat friend, he could chat with him and drink with him. He would rather have a woman now, even if it was just a prostitute with a bit of pearl lip. She could add fragrance to her red sleeves, pour wine with her soft hands, and let him get drunk. He sat alone in that ridiculously clean room. From morning to night, he had been sitting there for a whole day. His posture hadn't changed. Except for his thoughts, it seemed that everything about him had died. Yuan Tingyun had walked back and forth outside the room more than 10 times. He still didn't have the courage to open the door. No one dared to disturb him. No one dared to comfort him. No one dared to ask him if he wanted to eat something. No one even dared to express their concern for him. Because this was what he always asked of others. Perhaps there was only one person who wasn't afraid of him. It was a baby girl, named by him, Abandoned Slave. Abandoned Slave giggled when she was happy and cried when she was unhappy. She was the only person who ignored his existence and didn't care whether he was in a good or bad mood. Worried that she would disturb him, the wet nurse had already carried the baby to the easternmost room. He couldn't hear the baby's laughter or crying anymore. This made young Master Jiang feel a little regretful. Right now, he wanted to hear any sound. At the very least, it would mean that he was still alive. The absolute silence had caused even the slightest sound to prickle his eardrums. He was defeated. He was utterly defeated. But he didn't want to accept it. How could he accept it? From the beginning to the end, the lucky Yang Fan did not have the slightest bit of credit. He had relied on his good luck to pick up the victory of this duel for free. Who would have thought that Xue Huai, that bastard, would be so jealous that he dared to burn down heaven and Mingtang? Who would have thought that the emperor would vent his anger on that idiotic old nun of Kawachi? The imperial censors, who sailed with the wind, were like a group of dogs raised by the emperor. If their master didn't like someone, they would immediately rush out and bark. Thus, the old nun of Kawachi fell, the barbarian Moliai fell, Taoist Shifang fell. That mad dog Lai Junshin happened to be in charge of this matter. He held the Weaving Sutra in his hand and copied down all the people who relied on the 3 swindlers to make a fortune. In order to get a working capital as soon as possible, he staked everything on one throw. He invested the last of his manpower, material, and financial resources on the 3 swindlers. Now, they were all taken away by Lai Junshin along with the 3 swindlers, leaving him with nothing. He had lost. He had lost before the battle had even begun. But how could Yang Fan have played any part in this? Yang Fan didn't even make a move. He won because of luck. He didn't know why he lost. He didn't lose to Yang Fan, he lost to fate, he lost to luck. He really couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept it even if he died. But what else could he do? Without the help of his family, he could no longer accomplish anything in Luoyang. Young Master Jiang sat in a daze. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. He laughed for a long time, followed by tears. Silent tears. Of course, the doors and windows were still tightly shut. No one could see his tears. In front of others, he was always a high and mighty immortal-like figure. No one would ever see such a weak side of him. His loyal subordinates, who were guarding outside worriedly, heard the young master's laughter but didn't notice his tears. Of course, they also didn't notice that Grand Secretary Xiang's mansion had been secretly monitored. As one of the 8 elders of Luo Shui, how could Yang Fan let go of the monitoring of Grand Secretary Xiang's mansion? Chapter 694. Yang Fan had made up his mind to save Shui Huai, that idiot. But once the emperor took out his butcher knife, it would be too late for Yang Fan to save him. Yang Fan racked his brains on the way home. By the time he got home, he had finally thought of a good idea. After making up his mind, Yang Fan was relieved. He went back to the mansion and turned to the backyard. Tao Mei was wearing a new dress and was walking in front of the corridor. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she bowed and saluted. "Ah Lang." "Yes." Yang Fan nodded to her and walked towards the reception hall. Xiao Man heard Tao Mei's call and came out. As soon as she saw Yang Fan, she smiled sweetly and said in a low voice, "Lang Jun, quickly come in and see who's here." "Who's here?" Buqi didn't answer and just smiled. Yang Fan saw her mysterious look and didn't ask any more questions. He crossed the threshold and saw someone bending over to tease Yang Nianzu, who was lying on the arhat bed. This person was tall and had a jade-green headscarf on his head. He was dressed in a stone-green muslin robe with silk pants of the same color. A leather belt was tied around his waist, making him look very casual. Yang Fan could not help but be happy. The person was very focused on playing with the child. It was not until Yang Fan cried out that he realized he had entered the room. He turned his head and was also very happy. Xiao Man followed Yang Fan in and smiled. "You guys talk first. I'll take Nianzu to the back." She went to the bed and picked up Yang Nianzu. "Don't let the child freeze," Yang Fan said and took a soft cashmere blanket from the hanger and wrapped it around the child. Wan'er smiled as she watched Xiao Man carry the child out. Her eyes were still fixed on the child. Only when Xiao Man disappeared at the door did she reluctantly withdraw her gaze. Yang Fan held her hand and sat down on the sandalwood couch inlaid with coral beads. He softly asked, "How did you have time to come out today? Did you ask for leave from the emperor?" Wan'er was wearing winter clothing, but it didn't hide her beautiful figure. She smiled and pulled at her clothes. "How can I ask for leave often? Taiping invited me today, so I left the palace." Yang Fan took a plate of dried fruits from the small green jade table and placed it in front of her. "Why did Taiping invite you?" he asked in puzzlement. "Since Taiping has invited you, why are you here?" As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at the door. Wan'er smiled and said, "No need to look. She didn't come. I was invited out of the palace by her, but when I was about to reach the princess mansion, I found out who she had invited to the banquet. I didn't want to go, so I came here to take a look. I have to return to the palace in a while." "Who did she invite? You don't want to go?" Yang Fan sat down next to her and gently held her soft hand. Wan'er's palm was soft and delicate. It was slightly cold and had a jade-like texture. It looked like she had just come in from outside. Wan'er pouted and said, "Hui Fan monk Gao Jian, the 3 brothers Zhang Tongxiu, the 4 brothers Cui Shi, and a few scholars from the capital. They are all famous young masters." Yang Fan smiled and said, Isn't that just right? You are in charge of the library and the hall of history. You are in charge of the court's culture, and you judge the poetry of the world. All the officials in the world are gathered under your tutelage. Isn't it right to associate with these people? Wan'er said, Taiping invited me to go because he wanted to get my approval. He wanted to recommend a few people to the court to be scholars. But, Wan'er said this and hesitated. Her white cheeks slightly blushed. Her pink cheeks reflected the red like a peach blossom. But there have been some rumors in the capital recently. They are not pleasant to listen to. Yang Fan asked curiously. What rumors? You are saying that Hui Fan, Gao Jian, Cui Shi, and the others all have an unclear relationship with Taiping, and that they are a group of people living in the same bed? Wan'er was surprised and said, You know? Yang Fan smiled and said, Of course I know. Wan'er's almond-shaped eyes widened. She looked very cute and said, You don't care. Yang Fan said disapprovingly, When a beautiful woman comes into contact with a man a little more, gossip immediately becomes as natural as two trees getting close to each other. Immediately, a spider spins a web. There will always be people who like to judge others like this, and there will always be people who like to hear such things and spread such things. It was like this in the past, it is like this now, and it will be like this in the future. Haha, Taiping is used to doing things her own way. She never lives for other people's gossip. I'm a man, how could I not be as broad-minded as a woman? How could I be swayed by some gossips? Wan'er thought about it and shook her head. She said, Langjun is magnanimous. This is a woman's good fortune. But a woman's reputation is the most important, and she should also love herself. Even if it is just gossip, she should avoid it as much as possible. It is not a good thing for people to spread these rumors. Yang Fan said, Unless you do nothing and are willing to stay in your boudoir, not going out, not taking a step. Now that the emperor favors the Tuzhangs, and with the Tuzhangs' recommendations, many disciples from famous families can enter the court. In addition, the court officials have gone through several disturbances and lost more than half of their numbers. The new officials are mostly young. You are in charge of the central government. In the future, you will have to interact with these young officials. When that time comes, where will you hide? Yang Fan gently held her shoulders and softly said, I know that for me and for the sake of gaining a foothold in this treacherous court, you are also working hard to expand your network. If you are afraid of words, your hands and feet will definitely be tied. Moreover, you have already arrived at the princess's mansion, but you turned back halfway. Once she finds out the reason, she will definitely be unhappy. Don't mind these idle people. But, Wan'er said. All right, Yang Fan said. I have something I need Taiping's help with. Let's go together. Since you have already left, don't go back. Turn around and say that there is an urgent matter in the palace that needs to be handled. Come, let's go out first. When we get on the carriage, we can slowly talk about it. Wan'er had no choice but to be pulled by Yang Fan and reluctantly walked out. Yang Fan could see clearly that this kind of gossip was indeed something that people from ancient times to the present had never gotten tired of spreading. A beautiful woman, even if it was only because of her work, would inevitably be spread by those who judged her by their own standards. Let alone that era. Whether it was the emperor who dug his ashes, the empress who cheated, the crown prince who raised a prostitute, or the princess who raised a gigolo, the Tang dynasty's officials and the common people had never denied it. If Wan'er really had any gossip, it would be impossible that no one in the court would spread it. But because of Shangguan Wan'er's purity, in the last 300 years of the Tang dynasty, there was not even a word or two about her. Even so, she could not escape the slander of later generations. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, when the Sha Tua dynasty was in chaos, Lu Chang began to write the Book of Tang. From the historical materials of the Tang dynasty, he found a sentence that said Shangguan Wan colluded with friends outside and easily played with power, which was feared by the court. As if he had found a treasure, he interpreted this colluded as having an illicit sexual relationship with someone. This time it was terrible. People who liked to chase after smelly things rushed to help him supplement it. In the end, an erotic story replaced the historical fact. The Wu Zhou period was the most special period of the Tang dynasty. Because this period was the period when the only empress in China's history reigned, women with special status like Shangguan Wan and Princess Taiping could play an important role in politics that women of other dynasties could not. If Wan did not hold a position in front of the emperor, then the Li protectors would lose their important eyes and ears by the side of the emperor. They would not know many major policies and decisions of the court, and it was difficult to say whether it would lead to irreparable mistakes because of a delay in information. If Princess Taiping did not use her special status as the princess of the Tang dynasty and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family to recruit officials and protect the power of the Li protectors, then on the day of Wu Zetian's death, the important positions in the court would probably all be occupied by the Wu family. The political power of the Li protectors could only have the heart to kill the thief, but not the power to reverse the situation. Yang Fan did not want Wan to have her hands and feet tied because of this. It should be known that their power in the court was still very weak, and they planned to use the palace coup to restore Li Tang. Wan role in this was more useful than 100,000 soldiers, so he must not let her carry the psychological burden. Because of this, Yang Fan tried hard to dispel Wan worries. Wan worries were different from Zhang Shua's. Zhang Shua was a gifted scholar of his generation, and he cherished his reputation very much, so he alienated Taiping because of gossip. But Wan worries were 90% because she did not want to make Yang Fan unhappy. Lang Jun could understand her difficulties, so the knot in Wan heart was naturally untied, and she no longer had so many worries. The two of them talked as they walked, and when the knot in their hearts was untied, they could not help but speak words of love. Although the two of them had become husband and wife long ago, they had only been together for a short time. The few words of love from Yang Fan still made Wan heart sweeter than honey. In a daze, they only felt that time passed very quickly. It was a rare moment of warmth, but in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at Changshan Square. Further ahead was the Tianjin Bridge. Yang Fan and Wan reluctantly said goodbye, and sat back on his own warhorse. He watched Wan carriage pass the Tianjin Bridge, and disappeared at the bridgehead. Then he turned the horse and turned towards Changshan Square. Earlier, when Shanghai Wan rushed to Princess Taiping's mansion, Princess Taiping had indeed received the news. Wan was invited by her, and she had already sent people to wait in front of the mansion. Seeing Shanghai Wan carriage coming over from a distance, with an official banner on top, how could she not know that she had arrived? Without waiting for the carriage to come near, the people of the Princess Taiping's mansion went in to report. As a result, by the time Princess Taiping arrived at the mansion, Shanghai Wan had already turned the carriage around and left. Princess Taiping's character was unbridled and brash. She did things her own way, loved and hated according to her heart, and was proactive. Whatever irrelevant people said, she would treat it as bullshit, and would not take it to heart at all. Therefore, she had no idea that the meticulous Shanghai Wan would care so much about those rumors and slanders. Shanghai Wan sudden return made Princess Taiping puzzled. She thought that there was some urgent news from the palace, and the Shangguan had been recalled. Therefore, she was not annoyed. Instead, she was somewhat perturbed, not knowing what major event had happened in the palace. Originally, the guests were sitting in the hall, waiting for Wan to arrive before the banquet started. Wan left without any reason, and did not leave a word, so Princess Taiping ordered the banquet to start. The guests sat down, and the drinking started. At this moment, Gao Jian had just made a drinking command. Tired of drinking at night, don't go home until you are drunk. This was a quote from the Book of Songs. If other people wanted to drink, not only they had to follow the meaning, form, and rhyme of his command, but they also had to use a sentence from the Book of Songs. This was a very common activity among scholars, and it was a test of knowledge. If there was a fake scholar who plagiarized poems and essays, he would immediately be exposed in this kind of situation. Even Yang Fan, who only had the foundation from his childhood, would not be able to handle this kind of scene of scholars drinking and drinking. Gao Jian's first command made everyone stumped. Cui sure thought hard for half a day, and suddenly he raised his chopsticks and touched the wine. He laughed and said, "Got it? The wind and rain are like a dark cloud, the rooster crows incessantly." Everyone clapped their hands and laughed, repeatedly praising the brilliant line. Princess Taiping smiled, and was about to let Gao Jian drink a cup of wine as punishment when a maid quietly came in and whispered in her ear, "Your Highness, Yang Fan asks to see you." Chapter 695. Everyone, please enjoy your drinks. I have something to do and have to leave for a while. Princess Taiping picked up a white silk handkerchief and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. She smiled and nodded to a few guests who were in high spirits. Everyone was drinking, and only Monk Hui Fan was boiling tea. He had just added a spoonful of salt into the pot when he heard Princess Taiping's words. He could not help but laugh and said, "Your Highness, could it be that you can't match Gao Silly's drinking order and want to escape?" Everyone burst into laughter. Princess Taiping didn't express her opinion. She just smiled at the crowd and walked away gracefully. In the small study room, Yang Fan was casually flipping through a volume of poetry. Suddenly he heard footsteps. He looked up and saw Princess Taiping standing in front of him. She was charming and fresh like a blooming flower. "Erlang, why are you here today?" "Of course I have something to do." Before Yang Fan finished speaking, Princess Taiping had already walked over. She turned around and her plump buttocks sat on Yang Fan's thighs. Yang Fan took the opportunity to hold her waist. His other hand patted her round thighs twice and said with a smile, "It's a little heavy." Princess Taiping giggled. "I can't help it. Now I am pretending to be pregnant. I can't go out easily. I can't even practice kicking. So I am indeed fatter than last year." Her eyes wavered as she looked at Yang Fan and asked, "Am I ugly because I'm fat?" Yang Fan's hands moved up and down, quickly touching the two hemispheres. He looked like he was considering and studying them. Finally, he nodded seriously and said, "Not bad, they're all in the places that should be fat. This slender waist and long legs don't have much fat." Princess Taiping giggled and slapped his mischievous big hand away. She wrapped her arms around his neck and said softly, "All right, my busy man, you don't come to me for no reason. Tell me, what do you want to discuss with me?" Yang Fan said seriously, "This matter is a little troublesome. After thinking about it, I think it's best for my Lingyue to handle it." Princess Taiping heard him call her name. She felt sweet in her heart. But she coquettishly rolled her eyes at him and said, "Stop flattering me. Get to the point." "All right." Yang Fan readily accepted her advice. First, he slapped her plump buttocks, reminiscing the extremely bouncy touch, and then he began to talk about his matters. After Princess Taiping heard this, the smile on her face disappeared. She frowned and said unhappily, "Why do you care about his life and death? Why take such a risk for this person?" Yang Fan said, "There's no reason. It's just a friendship." Princess Taiping stared at him for half a day, sighed softly and said, You shouldn't be so emotional." Yang Fan said, "It's not that I don't have a way to get rid of him directly. I just hope that he can recognize the truth on his own and give up. Otherwise, if I help him, he will think that I'm trying to harm him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help." Seeing that he had made up his mind, Princess Taiping could not help but smile bitterly. Pondering for a moment, she slowly shook her head and said, "This man is simply a scourge. You save him. If he causes trouble again and the matter is exposed, it will affect our plan." Yang Fan said, "As for the future, you don't need to worry. The place I plan to send him to is high and far away. Even if he pokes the sky, the emperor won't know. What's more, I have my ways to prevent him from causing trouble. No matter how fearless he is, he will have to be obedient when he meets the person I sent to look after him. Yang Fan said, however, if I directly take him away, he won't give up and will blame me for being meddlesome. I have to let him understand that he is really in big trouble, then he will wake up. That's why I want to ask you to accompany me in this play. Moreover, this matter is not only troublesome. By doing this you can also win some favor from the emperor. Princess Taiping bit her plump and sexy lip. After thinking for a long time, she gently nodded her head and said bitterly, My enemy, I can't refuse you. Forget it. Let's do it according to your plan. The barrier door opened and young Master Jiang appeared at the door. He was still spotless, still as white as snow, still high above, as cold as the snowy mountains of Kunlun, as arrogant as a god standing at the top of Kunlun, indifferent to all living beings struggling like ants. Pack up and return to Fanyang. Young Master Jiang only lightly left such a sentence and closed the door with a crash. His emotions had not completely stabilized. He didn't want his subordinates to see that he was also weak. As the barrier door was closed again, Yuan Tingyun's expression became interesting. Young Master has finally thought it through. He immediately turned around and hurriedly arranged in a voice that didn't disturb young Master Jiang. There were 3 people monitoring Grand Secretary Xiang Jun. The leader was surnamed Feng, Master Feng. Master Feng's father used to be a man of the underworld. Later, when the world was gradually settled, he could no longer stay in the underworld. Master Feng's father had been a bandit for half of his life and didn't save much money. He only bought a few acres of land to settle down. At this time, Master Feng was already in his early 40s. Since he had settled down, he began to take care of carrying on the family line. However, he was not rich and was an outsider with no relatives or friends. It was really difficult for him to find a wife. Later, after a lot of effort, he reluctantly found a wife. In fact, his wife was fair and beautiful. Her family also ran an oil factory. No matter what, she was good in all aspects. The only pity was that she was too tall. For a girl, she was nearly 1.78 meters tall. In that era, it was simply a nightmare. No man was willing to marry a woman who was a head taller than him. Although there were men taller than her, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to get married at the right age and in all aspects. Seeing that his daughter was getting older and older, because she couldn't get married, and because her 3 brothers were worried that she would split the family property, they always treated her coldly. This caused the old girl to wash her face with tears every day. Only then did she make do with Master Feng. Master Feng wasn't tall. When he was a bandit, this was his advantage. Therefore, for more than 20 years, he was always able to escape from countless encirclement and suppression by the soldiers. However, marrying a wife who was so much taller than him, Master Feng was also under great pressure. For a long time, he had to go to the fields and finish work at different times with the villagers. This was to prevent them from traveling together and being laughed at. He named his son Master Feng because he had placed all his life's hopes on his son. He didn't wish for anything else but for his son to grow taller and not repeat his mistake. Because of his wife's height, people would laugh at him. Unfortunately, Master Feng didn't live up to his father's expectations. He completely inherited his father's excellent genes. Because of this, he was often beaten by his father since he was young. As he was beaten, he would scold, "Bastard, why do you look so much like me? Why do you look so much like me?" However, being short had its advantages. At least now, he wore a headband, an apron, and set up a shed in the alley to sell hu bing. At first glance, everyone felt that he was born to do this. Therefore, no one who went in or out of the Xiang mansion gave him a second glance. Master Feng enthusiastically solicited business and never looked at the Xiang mansion. However, People who went in and out of the Xiang mansion would always pass by his Hu Bing stall. Master Feng was urgently transferred from the periphery. It wasn't that Yang Fan didn't trust the group of people he directly took over from Chang'an. It was because those people were originally by young Master Jiang's side. Young Master Jiang, who had always been arrogant and acted as if no one else was around, might never remember what they looked like. However, people like Yuan Tingyun who were by his side would definitely recognize them. Therefore, they had to use unfamiliar faces. After the identity of the former Songzhou County Magistrate Kong Weihao was discovered by Gu Zhuting, Yang Fan put all the important figures of the Luoshui Poetry Society under surveillance. Old Scholar Xiang was one of the founders of the Luoshui Poetry Society. During the Spring Festival, the usually deserted Xiang mansion was also crowded with people. This had a certain impact on Master Feng's surveillance. However, after careful screening, he didn't find anything strange. In particular, none of the people he had seen in the portraits appeared. Today, Master Feng thought that it would be another boring day. Since it was the Spring Festival, the residents became more generous. There were many people who came to buy Hu Bing. Master Feng was busy baking, selling, and collecting money. However, there was no movement in front of the Xiang mansion. However, when he deliberately picked 2 slightly larger Hu Bing pancakes, put them in an oiled paper bag, and handed them to the 2 children with a smile, the gate of the Xiang mansion suddenly opened. First, a few horsemen with horses rushed out. Then, the threshold was lifted and a light carriage drove out from inside. There were also people following behind the light carriage. They were all horsemen, and each of them led a long-distance horse with the best endurance. There was a saber hanging in front of the saddle and a saddlebag on the back of the saddle. The horsemen were all wearing sheepskin jackets and sheepskin trousers. They also wore dog-skin hoods to cover their ears and a sheepskin cloak on the outside. It was almost the end of the first month, and the weather was no longer so cold. With such attire, it could only be a long-distance run. Master Feng's heart skipped a beat, but it immediately returned to normal. "Dear customers, please wait a moment, please wait a moment. This old man will first pick out this pot of Hu Bing pancake," Master Feng said to the customers who were waiting to buy Hu Bing pancake. He opened the steamer basket on the side, picked up a bamboo tongs, and picked up the freshly steamed Hu Bing pancakes from the large dustpan next to him. A pair of sharp eyes stared at the gate of the Xiang mansion through the rising steam. "Hey! Old Scholar Xiang, are you going on a long trip?" A neighbor happened to pass by and asked Old Scholar Xiang, who was walking out with the help of a walking stick. Old Scholar Xiang was an official, and that neighbor was a commoner. However, officials rarely put on airs with their neighbors. If someone had a favor to ask of them, they absolutely couldn't put on airs. If they needed to send gifts, they had to send gifts, and if they needed to visit, they had to visit. The etiquette of visiting each other during the New Year's and other festivals couldn't be lacking. Otherwise, it would damage their reputation, and their spittle could drown them. Therefore, Old Scholar Xiang smiled and replied politely, "Oh, my dog is an official in Fanyang and can't return to the capital due to official duties. Today, this old man sent my daughter-in-law over to take care of him for a few days, so that the young couple can also get together." "Haha, the old scholar loves his son," the neighbor said with a grin and politely said goodbye to him and walked away. Master Feng's eyes narrowed, as if he was suffocated by the steam. Old Scholar Xiang sent his daughter-in-law to reunite with his son. There was no problem. The son left his wife to take care of his father. This was a son's filial piety. The father sent his daughter-in-law to take care of his son. This was a father doting on his son, so there was no problem. However, the Xiang residence was a family of scholars. How could the daughter-in-law sit in the carriage and let her father-in-law stand in front of the door to see her off? Even if the Xiang family had strict rules and women shouldn't show their faces in public, it was fine for them to wear a shallow dew on their heads. How could an elder send a daughter-in-law off in front of the door and not show her face while sitting in the carriage. Just as he thought of this, a man who was leading a horse and wearing a hood over his ears patted the horse's neck and glanced over. Master Feng immediately lowered his head and carefully picked up the last Hu Bing. He warmly greeted the guests. "Sorry for making you wait for a long time. How many did you buy?" The rider had just turned his head, and Master Feng had already clearly seen his appearance. According to the portrait he had seen, this person should be the leader of young Master Zhang's imperial bodyguards, Yuan Tingyun. "I found him, I actually found him." Feng Gaoren's heart pounded like a drum. Chapter 696. This time, Yang Fan did not stay long at the princess residence. He did not intend to discuss this matter with Princess Taiping today, but Wanner ran to see him. Because Wanner did not go to the princess residence and needed to return to the palace as soon as possible, she could not stay at the Yang residence for too long. Yang Fan simply sent Wanner out and accompanied her for a while. In this way, he could go to the princess residence on the way. There were many guests in Princess Taiping's hall. Some of these people were people she was trying to win over, and some were people she was trying to establish close ties with the rising power of the Zhang family in the imperial court. She was deliberately making friends with them, so she could not neglect them. Therefore, after the two of them finished talking about business, they only had a moment of intimacy before Princess Taiping called her trusted steward to send Yang Fan away. Yang Fan left the princess residence and walked straight out of Shangshan Square. He had just turned into Ding Ding Long Street and was about to turn his horse back to the residence when suddenly a person ran out from Jishan Square opposite. His hair was disheveled and his face was covered with blood. Yang Fan pulled the reins and looked at the person who was holding his head and running towards Tianjin Bridge. He could not help but show a puzzled expression on his face. The bodyguard Ren Wei rode his horse to the front and called out softly, "Sovereign?" Yang Fan said doubtfully, "Looking at that person's appearance, he seems to be the imperial censor Wei Suizhong. Why is he in such a sorry state?" Yang Fan was about to leave when he thought about it and ordered, "Send someone to follow him. If that person is indeed Wei Suizhong, find out what happened to him." Ren Wei complied and called a bodyguard over and whispered a few words to him. That person then rode his horse and chased after Wei Suizhong. Yang Fan took a deep look at Jishan Square opposite and then turned his horse to leave. The person with disheveled hair and a bleeding head was indeed Wei Suizhong. Wei Suizhong was going to Lai Junshin's house to drink today. He went to drink this time, but it was not because Lai Junshin gave him an invitation. Almost all of Lai Junshin's former henchmen had been killed, leaving only Wei Suizhong. As a result, the relationship between him and Lai Junshin grew closer day by day. Usually, he would come to the residence at any time, and whenever Lai Junshin saw him, he would order the servants to prepare some food and drink a few cups with him. Wei Suizhong was a henchman of Lai Junshin, so he had very few friends. He had nowhere to go during the festival, so he became a frequent visitor to the residence. However, when he came to the residence today, he was blocked by the Lai Junshin's family. Because someone came to the mansion today. It was Madame's maiden family. Although the Wang family of Taiyuan looked down on Lai Junshin from the bottom of their hearts, Lai Junshin's official fortune had always been good. He used to be the deputy minister of the imperial censor and had great power. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court, including the relatives of the emperor, were under his supervision. Although the Wang family of Taiyuan, a millennium-old aristocratic family, felt a little ashamed of this son-in-law's background, under his protection, all the officials involved in the Wang family could be protected in many political disputes in the court. In this way, it seemed that it was not a loss to lose a daughter. Lai Junshin, who had been silent in Tongzhou for several years, had made a comeback and held the posts of capital governor and assistant minister of agriculture at the same time. The position of capital governor was not a position that just anyone could hold. From this, it could be seen how much trust the emperor had in him. Moreover, it could be predicted that it would not be long before he would be promoted or receive an even more important position. When the time came, the Wang clan would definitely need his help. In the past few years, when Lai Junchen was in dire straits, the Wang clan paid him no heed, and the relationship between the two parties had become extremely indifferent. Thus, taking advantage of the new year, the Wang clan specially sent some juniors over to pay New Year's greetings, hoping to mend their relationship with Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen's recent affairs had been smooth sailing. Other than Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan, those two unlucky eyesores, that he hadn't killed yet, there was almost nothing else that he didn't like. Last time, when he went to Dragon Gate to hold the barbecued tail banquet, he had returned shamefully. However, on the way back, he noticed that the dancers from the western regions that Huziruo had brought had blonde hair, blue eyes, and enchanting figures. When they walked, they swayed their little buttock. Each and every one of them was a little seductress. Thus, he hinted at them to Huziruo. Huziruo seemed to be extremely reluctant to part with them, but he didn't dare to offend him. After dilly-dallying for a few days, he still sent the 12 dancers to his manor. He even sent the slave purchase contract for the 12 dancers. The son of the disciplinary official Fan Jian stood at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, crying out for his father's innocence. He accused Lai Junchen of treating human life like grass. In order to get them to accept the lawsuit, he didn't hesitate to commit suicide. In the end, the rescue was unsuccessful and he died. On that day, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Lu Rushuan, wept at the sight of this, which greatly disgusted Lai Junchen. These past few days, he had been pondering how to punish Lu Rushuan. Lu Rushuan had somehow heard the news and was so frightened that she immediately wrote to the emperor, complaining of her old age and requesting to retire. The emperor had already agreed. Lai Junchen was naturally happy that another nuisance had been removed. The Wang family of Taiyuan had sent a few juniors over to pay their New Year's greetings in an attempt to ease relations. He was well aware of the fickleness of human relationship. However, the Wang family needed his power for their own use, and he similarly needed the status of the Wang family to add gold to his name. Thus, he didn't care too much. Today, he had even specially set up a banquet to entertain the people from the Wang family. Today's banquet could also be considered a family banquet. Since it was a family banquet, outsiders who weren't invited naturally couldn't attend. When Wang Shi betrothed Lai Junchen, although the Wang family was unwilling, marrying off their daughter was too careless and would lose face for the Wang family. Thus, the dowry didn't shrink. Other than the dowry, they also brought many subordinates and servants. Lai Junchen was born a ruffian and didn't have enough resources. Where could he find servants from such a large family, who understood the rules, and who had a high status? Thus, the servants in the manor were all part of the Wang family's dowry. Today, the Wang family had come to the manor for a banquet. Wei Suizhong wasn't invited by the patriarch, so the servants from the Wang family naturally wouldn't allow him to enter. When Wei Suizhong came, he had drunk some wine and was already a bit tipsy. When he was blocked by the servants of the Lai family, he felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't think of himself as Lai Junchen's lackey, but rather as Lai Junchen's friend. The servants of the Lai family clearly didn't put him in their eyes. Wei Suizhong took advantage of the wine and cursed at the servants. Then he barged into the manor and humiliated the guests from the Wang family. As someone who came from a ruffian background, when he started cursing people, there was no way he would say anything nice. He put the Wang family in a difficult position, and their expressions were extremely ugly. Poor Madame Wang. She was clearly the daughter of a rich and powerful family, but her husband, Duan Jian, was forced by Lai Junchen's despotic power to divorce her and hand her over to Lai Junchen. While she served this ruffian husband, she also had to endure the humiliation and humiliation. From time to time, she would ask Lai Junchen to do something for the Wang family. In the end, after Lai Junqian was demoted to Tongzhou, there was no news of the Wang family. Now that Lai Junqian had made a comeback, the Wang family came to curry favor with him. Although Lai Junqian didn't say it, she could clearly see the disdain in his eyes. It made her unable to raise her head in front of her husband. And those nephews and juniors of the Wang family were all arrogant young masters. The Wang family couldn't protect their daughter and was forced by Lai Junqian to be his wife. Through this daughter, they obtained many benefits from Lai Junqian, but they still looked down on this daughter, as if she had lost a lot of face for the Wang family. Under the hypocritical and cold politeness of those nephews, Madame Wang could feel the disdain and contempt in their hearts. Sandwiched between her husband and her maiden family, Madame Wang forced herself to smile. She didn't know how bitter she felt in her heart. Now that Wei Suizhong used the excuse of being drunk to barge into the living room and scold the Wang family, she was put in a difficult position. Madame Wang left crying. Seeing this, Lai Junqian was also a little angry. He ordered people to tie Wei Suizhong up to the pillar of the hall and poured a bucket of cold water on his head to wake him up. Madame Wang's many years of humiliation and resentment towards her family and husband had accumulated until today. Finally, she was provoked by Wei Suizhong to explode. Wei Suizhong tore away the last layer of her dignity in front of her maiden family. Her maiden family didn't understand and spoke coldly to her, which made her feel even more hopeless. Madame Wang returned to her bedroom crying and closed the door. After a long time, there was still no response from the servants. They forced open the door and saw that Madame Wang had hanged herself. After trying to save her for a long time, Madame Wang couldn't be saved. This poor woman finally didn't have to be the family's trading item anymore. She also didn't have to be Lai Junqian's plaything anymore. Although Lai Junqian didn't take this kidnapped wife seriously, because of Wei Suizhong's rudeness, his wife hanged herself. He was still quite angry. So he found a whip and ruthlessly whipped Wei Suizhong before telling him to scram. In Lai Junqian's mind, this woman died. Although it was a pity for her good family background, he was really tired of seeing this woman's resentful and unsmiling face all day long. Since she was dead, he would go back and see which family's wife was pretty, cute, charming and dignified. Then he would snatch her back and make her the official wife. But Wei Suizhong didn't know what he was thinking. After a pail of cold water was poured over him, he woke up half of his mind. When he heard that Madame Lai Junqian had committed suicide because of his rudeness, he was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he ran away in a panic. He only thought about Lai Junqian's cruel methods and didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive. Yang Fan believed that that person should be Wei Suizhong. As Lai Junqian's only and most loyal lackey, he actually ended up in such a sorry state. Moreover, the good basho that he walked out of was where Lai Junqian's mansion was. Yang Fan instinctively felt that there was something fishy, so he sent people to investigate. But he still didn't know how important this subconscious decision would be for him. Yang Fan returned to the front of the Yang mansion. Before he could dismount his horse, he saw a rider galloping towards him from afar. The speed of the horse was so fast that the gradually melting snow in the alley splashed everywhere. Several of Yang Fan's bodyguards immediately raised their horses and rushed in front of Yang Fan. Their hands were also on the hilts of their swords at their waist. But their vigilant movements immediately stopped, because they recognized that the person rushing over was one of their own. "Sovereign, we found his whereabouts." When the rider rushed to the front of Yang Fan, he hurriedly reined in his horse. Not waiting for the horse's hooves to steady, the rider hurriedly reported. This was near the front screen wall of Yang Fan's mansion. Other than Yang Fan's bodyguards, there was no one else around. That person had no scruples, so he called Yang Fan sovereign. Even so, he deliberately lowered his voice. "Who, you mean?" Yang Fan subconsciously asked this one word, and immediately realized. For a moment, he was so excited that his voice trembled. He gripped the saddle tightly, leaned forward, and said urgently, you mean, you've found him? The person nodded repeatedly. Yes, this subordinate has already sent people to keep a close eye on him. What should we do now, Sovereign? Please make a decision. Yang Fan immediately ordered. Renwei, go get a few more people, listen to my orders. Renwei agreed, jumped off the horse, and rushed into the mansion. Yang Fan then turned to the person and said urgently, quickly! Tell me immediately, where is he, what is the situation? Chapter 697. In front of Hulao Pass in Sisui Town, there was a small inn called Jin, because the owner's surname was Yi. Things were different now. In the past, there was only a deep ravine in the southwest that led to Yingyang and Luoyang. As a result, one man could hold the pass against 10,000 enemies, and it became the gateway to the ancient capital of the 9 dynasties. Later on, the geography changed, and the river changed its course. Hulao Pass was no longer the only path, and no one treated it as an important pass. The original rammed earth walls of the pass had been eroded by wind and rain without a trace. Only the lone stone tablet on the ground with the 3 words, Hulao Pass, written on it was a record of the past glory of this place. Because of this, the business of Serene wasn't good. However, the shopkeeper didn't plan on moving to a more bustling place. The Zhe family owned land and could be considered a landlord in the area. They opened this inn because there were a few residences along the street. They had nothing better to do. Since it was their empty house, they would earn some if they could, but it didn't matter if they couldn't. Because of the owner's thoughts, the inn's business was even worse. In the world of the Tang dynasty there were 3 types of inns. The ones run by the government were known as hostels, the ones run by the private people were known as traveling guides, and then there were the monasteries. If you went there, you would pay some incense money, and the receptionist monk would arrange a place for you to stay. There were no hostels run by the government in Sisui Town, nor were there any temples. There were only traveling guides run by the private people. The business of Serene was the worst among the traveling guides in Sisui Town, but in terms of environment it was the best. That afternoon, a waiter picked up some dried meat, pickles, and carrot. Just as he entered the inn, a group of people came from afar. There were 7 or 8 people, all riding tall horses. The horses were of excellent quality, and the riders were valiant and mighty. Each of them carried a saber, and they were escorting 2 carriages in the middle. The carriages were large carriages used for long-distance travel, but they were far more exquisite than ordinary long-distance carriages. One look and one could tell that they were from a wealthy family. When the group arrived at the entrance of the inn, only one rider dismounted and entered the inn. He called over the shopkeeper and asked about the number of rooms, whether there was food and drink, whether there was hot water in the bathroom, whether there was a brazier to warm the Kong, and whether there was pasture for the stables. Only after making sure everything was clear did he nod in satisfaction and ask, "There are a total of 12 rooms, right? We'll take them all." The shopkeeper was thin and had a mustache on his chin. He looked very unscrupulous. After listening to his words, he couldn't help but look troubled. "Sir, there are already 2 guests staying in the inn. Do you think—" He glanced outside and said with a smile, "I think the rest of the rooms should be enough to accommodate you and your companions. Alang likes peace and quiet." The man smiled, took out a pearl from his bosom, and spun it on the chopping board. The pearl immediately began to spin, and when it was reflected by the sunlight, it looked like a rainbow. "Shopkeeper, do as you see fit. We'll only book it for 1 night and leave tomorrow morning. Once it's done, it'll be yours. The shop charge will be calculated separately." The shopkeeper stared dumbfoundedly at the pearl the size of a longan fruit, his face filled with greed. He only hesitated for a moment, but as if he was afraid that the other person would change his mind, he pounced forward and tightly held the pearl in his arms. After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, 2 customers came out of the shop with their bags on their backs, cursing and swearing. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed behind them, Excuse me. Offend. I'll return the shop charge, please forgive me. After the two customers left, the group of people dismounted one after another. A few people walked into the shop, looked inside and outside, and then went back to the carriages to ask for instructions. Then, the people in the two carriages came out. In the carriage in front, there was a young man dressed in white, wearing a light fur coat. He looked cold and arrogant, as if there was no one else around him. He was led directly to his room. Immediately, someone ordered the innkeeper to prepare hot water. The shopkeeper was about to ask someone to move the bathtub, but he didn't expect that the guards would move one of the carriages themselves. The shopkeeper was stunned. When the waiter brought the boiling water in, he saw that the bed, pillows, covers, and everything else had been replaced by the waiter's own. Even the tables and chairs were covered with a snow-white ribbon. The waiter was speechless, but he didn't stare for long because he was immediately chased out. A fat woman came down from the second carriage, holding a baby in her arms. The woman was obviously a wet nurse, but the mistress was not seen. Looking at the situation, the child should be the son of this young man who loved cleanliness, who knew that the child was not arranged to live in the room next to the young man, but in the room on the right of the second row, furthest from the young man's residence. It was said that the child was afraid that if the child cried at night, it would disturb the master's rest. Then, a group of tall and strong guards came into the shop, ordering the shopkeeper and the waiters to take care of the horses, walk them, water them, stables them, and feed them. When it was time to eat, the chef in the inn was chased away again. One of the guards went to the kitchen and brushed the pot until it seemed to be thinned. The innkeeper felt his heart ache when he saw this. Then, he made 2 dishes, some rice and noodles, and used his own cutlery to serve them to the room of the important master. Then, he asked the chef in the inn to cook for the guards who accompanied him. Although these people looked rather arrogant, they were not bossy or unkempt. They all spoke very politely, and did not indulge in drinking. The innkeeper had already obtained a bright pearl, and seeing that the customers were very well behaved, he naturally beamed with joy. The unhappiness caused by their previous excessive attention also vanished like smoke in thin air. The weather had not warmed up yet, and the town was cold and solemn at night. This shop was located in a remote area, and it was completely booked. There was no such thing as staying up all night, hiring prostitutes to drink, gambling, and eating. Therefore, it was especially quiet. Everyone had a good night's sleep until the rooster crowed and the sun rose from the east. A few guards got up first, dressed neatly, went to the backyard to look at the horses, and ordered the waiter to set up the carriage. This was the place where the guests brought their own cook into the kitchen, brushed the bottom of the pot until it was thinner, and then started cooking. After serving the master's food, they packed the food in boxes and carried it to the master's room. Then, they ordered the cook in the shop to cook. When the food was ready, it was placed on 2 tables. The guards who had not shown up before also came out. Everyone sat down and looked around. One of the guards, who looked like the leader, suddenly asked, "Where's Auntie Gao?" The others then realized that the woman with the fat child was not here. Immediately, a young man jumped up and said, "I'll go call her." The man passed through the main room and hurriedly turned to the second room. He walked to the rightmost room and gently knocked on the door. "Auntie Gao?" There was not the slightest sound in the room. The man knocked twice more and called out again, but there was still no sound. His face changed a little. He reached out and pushed the door. It was not bolted from the inside, so it opened with a creak. The room was silent and there was no one in sight. The man rushed to the bed and reached out to open the curtains. Seeing that the bed was neatly made and there was no one there, he could not help but scream, "Auntie Gao is gone. The child is gone." In young Master Zhang's room, Yuan Tingyun was sweating profusely as he stood there. There was food in front of young Master Jiang, but he could not eat any more. He tried to maintain his composure in the face of danger, but his face looked as if he had been exposed to the cold wind for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was frighteningly green. "Gone?" Even the adults and the child disappeared just like that? Yes. They're all gone. Young Master Jiang sat there woodenly and slowly said, "You didn't arrange for anyone to be on duty at night." "Of course," Yuan Tingyun hurriedly explained, "we have a total of 9 people, including the coachman. We are divided into 3 shifts of 3 people, and every night we have to be on guard." Young Master Jiang slowly raised his eyes, glanced at him, and asked, "How did you arrange it?" Yuan Tingyun said hesitantly, "Young Master, at the window and the door I arranged for someone to be on the roof, and someone to look down from above, to monitor anyone who comes near." Young Master Jiang sighed softly, and said, "The person on the roof, naturally, was arranged to be on my roof?" Yuan Tingyun stammered, "Yes, yes." Young Master Jiang frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Where would Auntie Gao go with the child? Do you think she left on her own, or was she kidnapped?" Yuan Tingyun hesitated for a moment and answered, "It's impossible that she left on her own. Auntie Gao is just an ordinary woman, and in the middle of the night, she is unfamiliar with this place. Even if she had any plans, she would not take this risk." Young Master Jiang lightly tapped his fingers and said in a low voice, "Then, if she was kidnapped by someone, who do you think it could be?" Yuan Tingyun hesitated and said, "Perhaps someone saw our extravagance and mistakenly thought that the child was young Master's, so they took her as a hostage and wanted to extort money." Young Master Jiang frowned slightly and shook his head lightly and said, "I have a bad premonition. I feel that this matter seems to have something to do with Yang Fan." Yuan Tingyun said decisively, "It can't be him. He doesn't even know he has a daughter. Besides, if it was him, it wouldn't be as simple as kidnapping the child quietly." Young Master Jiang thought for a moment and nodded lightly and said, "That makes sense. It's just that, it's really unbelievable that a few thieves could steal 2 living people from under your noses without making a sound." Yuan Tingyun smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master, even martial artists, if they didn't know that someone was coming, and were careful when they slept, they would be no different from ordinary people after a good sleep. We didn't encounter any problems on our way out of Luoyang, so it's inevitable that everyone would slack off. Moreover, although those rats and dogs can't be shown in public, they have their own unique points." Young Master Jiang lightly exhaled and said in a low voice, "Yes. If someone really kidnapped them for money, then it's easy. We just need to sit here and wait for them to name a price." "I'm afraid," Yuan Tingyun said loudly, "Young Master, don't worry. It's impossible for Yang Fan to do it. Not to mention that he doesn't know he has a daughter in this world. Even if he knew, he wouldn't steal his daughter back quietly and be done with it. So." Before Yuan Tingyun's voice died away, a long laugh came from outside the door. "You're right. Of course I wouldn't come quietly and leave quietly. Aren't I here now?" Chapter 698. The door opened with a bang. 2 of young Master Jiang's men retreated step by step with sabers in their hands. Yang Fan walked in with his head held high, forcing them to keep retreating. Ren Wei and a few other guards of the successor hall also guarded Yang Fan closely with sabers in their hands. Yuan Tingyun was shocked and cried out involuntarily, "It's really you? How could it be you?" Yang Fan stopped and smiled. "Why can't it be me?" Yuan Tingyun said in disbelief. "How did you know you have a daughter? Since you stole the child, why didn't you attack immediately?" Yang Fan sat down in front of young Master Jiang and answered leisurely, "I don't want to answer the first question. As for the second question, it's too simple. Because I just saw my daughter. What I want to do most is to hug her, not to fight and kill. Also, what if my daughter is scared to tears by all the fighting and killing? The child is mine. I am her father. Even if you don't feel sorry for her, I will." Ever since Yang Fan appeared at the door, young Master Jiang had been sitting there without moving. His expression was as still as a bronze sculpture, but his heart was already in turmoil. Although he was most afraid of seeing Yang Fan, how could it be Yang Fan who appeared here? Since he moved into the Xiang mansion, there was only one strange thing. Kong Weihao, one of the 8 elders of Luoshui, was followed. But the relationship between him and Kong Weihao was extremely secretive. It was his personal power that no one in the successor hall knew. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that the person following Kong Weihao was Yang Fan's man. Even so, he still made the most cautious arrangements. He immediately cut off all contact between Kong Weihao and Scholar Xiang to avoid attracting people with ulterior motive. After a period of careful observation and confirming that no one was paying attention to Scholar Xiang, he was relieved. He had also made detailed arrangements for this trip out of the capital. Using his limited manpower, he imitated the method he had used when he left Chang'an and continued to set up a diversion. Until he was far away from Luoyang and nothing unexpected happened, he was finally convinced that Yang Fan had not discovered his ambush in Luoyang. But now, Yang Fan had suddenly appeared and silently rescued his daughter. At this moment, young Master Jiang's heart was filled with a deep sense of defeat. He did not know how Yang Fan had done it. He only felt that when he thought he was safe, everything had been under his opponent's control from the start. He was like a mouse that had crawled out of its burrow to look around, complacently thinking that no one knew he was hiding in the bushes. Little did he know that there was already an eagle circling in the sky, staring at his figure, its sharp claws ready to strike. This knowledge further impacted his arrogance and confidence. Yang Fan sat down opposite him and answered with a smile before looking at young Master Jiang. Yang Fan was truly happy because his daughter had been safely rescued and because his daughter was very healthy and adorable. Even though he already had the experience of holding a child, when he took the child from Garan Feng's hands, he was still very careful, as if he was holding a soft-skinned egg, afraid that if he used too much strength, he would break it. Holding his own daughter, Yang Fan, who had not known what tears were for many years, could not help but shed silent tears. It was joy but also remorse. It was the feeling of finally being able to let go of a burden that had been hanging in his mind for a long time. Those who had never been a father or a mother would never understand the indescribable feeling of a father holding his lost and regained daughter tightly in his arms. It was a feeling of wanting to cry. When he received news of young Master Jiang's whereabouts, he immediately decided to go capture him. Before his men had even left the workshop, he changed his mind. He decided to wait for young Master Jiang to leave the city before capturing him. This way, he could avoid making a big fuss in the city. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to eliminate the impact of the slashing of swords and knives, and it would be difficult to ensure that it would not attract attention. This was not Chang'an, it was under the feet of the emperor. There were not as many influential and well-established aristocratic families as in Chang'an, and Lai Junchen was not someone that Lu Qiantian could compare with. Therefore, Yang Fan decided to quietly follow young Master Jiang out of the city and make his move in a deserted place. But when Yang Fan was about to reach the east of the city, he changed his mind. Young Master Jiang had always prided himself as a gentleman, but with his repeated failures, the despicable means that he had once disdained were now at his fingertips. If he was at his wits' end and used his child as a hostage, what should he do then? Therefore, Yang Fan suppressed his impatience to rescue the child, followed young Master Jiang all the way, and finally came up with this plan. Young Master Jiang and his men trudged all the way to the north. At first, all of them were on guard throughout the night, but it was obviously not a way to go on like this. After only 2 days, all of them were exhausted. They had no replacements, so they could only use 3 shifts to protect young Master Jiang. As young Master Jiang went all the way to the north, Yang Fan's men monitored their movements. When they arrived at Sisui River, their vigilance was already at its lowest, because young Master Jiang's men always thought that Yang Fan did not know that he had a daughter, and even if there was something against him, the target would be young Master Jiang. Therefore, the focus of their vigilance was only on young Master Jiang. At this time, it was time for Yang Fan's men to make their move. According to young Master Jiang's hostile and hostile selection criteria, they chose to make their move in Sisui River Town, because there were limited inns here, and there was only one that met young Master Jiang's criteria. Therefore, this became the main battlefield for Yang Fan. However, for the sake of safety, the other 2 inns in this town that were closest to young Master Jiang's criteria were also changed the day before young Master Jiang arrived. These 3 inns, from the shopkeepers to the waiters, were now all Yang Fan's men. Yang Fan's men who were lying in ambush outside were only responsible for support, and the real people who made the move were the waiters in the inns. They only needed to use methods such as sending water and knocking on the door of Auntie Gao's room, who did not know martial arts at all, and then they could easily take her away. Early this morning, the other 2 inns had been returned to their original owners. The original owners had received a large sum of money and given the workers a day off. Early this morning, they had taken back their inns without any changes. In their eyes, this was a very legendary event. However, the people who worked in the carriage and ship shop were the places that came into contact with the most incredible things in the world. The shopkeepers were experienced and knowledgeable. After getting benefits, they just kept quiet and made a fortune. No one was stupid enough to make it public. Maybe a few decades later, they would hold their little grandson on their knees and tell him about today's adventure. They would also add some oil and vinegar to the story. But for now, they kept their mouths shut. And this shopkeeper, after receiving a large sum of money that could be used to demolish and rebuild the whole house, also felt relieved and went home to sleep. The shopkeeper said, "Return to the inn at noon." Now all of Yang Fan's worries could be put down, so when he faced young Master Jiang, he was in high spirits and relaxed. Young Master Jiang didn't understand Yang Fan's expression. It was only because his daughter was safe and sound. He saw it as a victor's demonstration to him, but he was speechless. He was defeated, he was indeed defeated. This time, he couldn't find any reason to do so. "All of you get out." Young Master Jiang suppressed the anger and despair in his heart. After a long time, he said a sentence that did not tremble. Yuan Tingyan said worriedly, Young Master." Young Master Jiang smiled coldly, "He won't kill me. If he wants to kill me, you can't stop him." According to young Master Jiang's character, at this time, he would only impatiently say, "Get out." He did not need his subordinates to understand why he gave this order. He only needed them to obey. But today, he gave an explanation to his subordinates, which made Yuan Tingyun, who was familiar with his character, a little surprised. Yuan Tingyun looked at the calm and composed Yang Fan, then looked at the people outside the door who were far ahead of them. He secretly sighed, waved his hand, and walked out first. The door was closed. The people on both sides stood in the corridor, holding swords and all kinds of strange weapons, staring at each other. One side was the private army of the former overlord, and the other side was the bodyguard of the new overlord. Yang Fan walked to the window and opened it. A gust of fresh air suddenly rushed into the room. Through the window there was a courtyard between the two houses. The floor on the left was paved with green bricks, and there was a stone well in the middle. On the right was a dry cherry tree with branches that had not yet recovered. Under the eaves there were thorn-like icicles. It was still early, and the crystal-clear icicles had not started dripping. Yang Fan took a breath of the fresh and cold wind, turned around and sat opposite young Master Jiang. He nodded slightly and said, "Before last night, I was worried that the child would be emaciated and covered with cuts and bruises. Fortunately, I am very grateful." Young Master Jiang raised his eyebrows and suppressed his anger. "Do you think I will mistreat a young and inexperienced child?" Yang Fan faintly said, "This is just a father's worry. Besides, have you ever done less despicable things?" Young Master Jiang's face suddenly turned red as blood. He took a few deep breaths and his face gradually calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "Don't waste your time. You can't anger me. You didn't come here today to humiliate me, did you? I admit that I have lost. What do you plan to do now? Yang Fan pondered for a moment and said, You know I won't kill you. Young Master Jiang sneered, Of course. It's easy to kill me, but you don't have the guts to make the Lu family, which has not fallen for 1,000 years, see you as a mortal enemy. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said, Is that so? If you and your men all die here. Young Master Jiang sneered and said in a carefree manner, There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Can you guarantee that there will not be any traces left for my Lu family to find out? Do you think your subordinates are absolutely reliable? Yang Fan said, The Hall of Succession doesn't belong to your Lu family. You were the one who was deposed by the other aristocratic families. You've already failed, yet you deliberately provoked me, repeatedly made me your enemy, and even kidnapped my daughter. You're the one to blame, young Master Jiang said in a carefree manner. So what? There is no such thing as reason in this world. Yang Fan laughed and slapped the table. That's right. There is no such thing as reason in this world. You finally spoke the truth, Lu Binmi. Chapter 699. Yang Fan directly called out his name, his disdain evident in his words. Young Master Jiang suddenly gripped the edge of the table, the veins on the back of his palm bulging. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Yang Fan's repeated insults were driving him crazy. He tried hard to maintain his poise, but he was gradually losing control of himself. Yang Fan said, Young Master Jiang is the name you used in the succession hall. I think, from the moment you are no longer the sect leader, you no longer need it. It's better to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. In this way, I naturally have to call you Lu Binmi. What's wrong with that? Yang Fan stabbed him again. Just as Lu Binmi was about to go crazy, his tone suddenly changed, and he said, You are unreasonable, then I will talk strength with you. Young Master Lu, I indeed have no intention of becoming enemies with the Lu family, but the prerequisite is that the Lu family must give up on pestering and scheming against me, especially you. I came today to make you give me a promise that you will never pester me again. Lu Binmi sneered and said, What if I don't agree? Yang Fan's tone also turned cold, and he said solemnly, First, your loyal subordinates will all die. After that, I will not let you attack without retaliating. You lost the position of sect leader, and you pestered me endlessly, using all your means. This is your fault. I will inform the major sects. Yang Fan leaned forward slightly and said coldly, After a fierce battle, maybe you can bring me down, but I guarantee that the Lu family will also suffer a great loss of vitality, and from then on, will become a bottom character among the 7 great families. This is not what you want to see, right? Young Master Jiang closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he slowly opened them and said coldly, You believe my promise? Yang Fan said, I believe. You will do anything, but you will not do anything that will disgrace the Lu family's reputation even if you die. So, I want you to swear in the name of the Lu family's ancestors. I believe such an oath. The people outside the door all held their breath. Yuan Tingyun and the others were Lu Binmi's loyal followers. They were not afraid of death, but they did not want to die in vain. Although Yang Fan did not want to form an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu family, and was unwilling to kill the eldest son of the Lu family, young Master Lu, he had no doubt that if the young master refused, the first thing Yang Fan would do would be to clip the young master's wings and kill them all. Judging from Yang Fan's current strength, he was definitely capable of doing it. Everyone in the corridor held their breaths as they quietly listened to the answer from the room. In the room, Yang Fan's voice rang out first. Young Master Lu, I've already done all that I can. Whether you turn hostility into friendship or fight to the death, it's up to you. After a long time, Lu Binmi finally spoke. Okay. I promise you. I, Lu Binmi, swear in the name of my ancestors that all the grievances between me and Yang Fan will end here. From now on, I, Lu Binmi, and Yang Fan will no longer be enemies. Heaven and earth will bear witness to this." The people in the corridor subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Many people then realized that they had forgotten to breathe when they were holding their breaths to listen to the movements in the room. At this time, they had no choice but to take deep breaths to ease their nervous mood. It was over. Everything was finally over. Their tightly clenched weapons unconsciously relaxed. If Lu Binmi had refused just now, then there would have been a flash of swords and blades outside the room, and they would not stop until one side was down. It was always a happy thing to not have to risk their lives. These former colleagues glanced at each other. The hostility in their eyes had been greatly reduced. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. The door opened and Yang Fan appeared in the doorway. Everyone's eyes were on him. Yang Fan took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go." Whether it was young Master Zhang's people or Yang Fan's people, they all subconsciously moved to the side, making a path for him. Yang Fan walked out without looking back, and when the swords and blades were returned to their sheaths, Yang Fan's people followed closely behind him. Yuan Tingyun and his people turned their heads to look at the room. The moment Yang Fan came out, even their young master, the complete loser of this war, was ignored by them. So much so that everyone's eyes were on Yang Fan. Lu Binmi was still sitting in front of the table, and on the table was the food that had been specially made for him. The window was open, and the food was already cold. The cold leftovers were as ugly as young Master Zhang's miserable face. Yuan Tingyun was at a loss. He had never seen his young master show such an expression. For a moment, he did not know how to deal with it. After a moment of hesitation, he timidly called out, "Young master?" Lu Binmi woodenly said, "Let me have some peace." Yuan Tingyun worriedly said, "Young master!" Scram! Lu Binmi exploded. She jumped up and flipped the table. The table, along with the cups, plates, and chopsticks, flew into the air and fell to the ground. Yuan Tingyun was shocked. He hurriedly answered and pulled the door shut. Lu Binmi was full of anger, but he could not find anyone to vent it on. He was actually forced to sign the Undercity Alliance. He never thought that he would have such a day, such a great shame. What a great shame! "If I swear that I will no longer be your enemy, will you be safe and sound?" Lu Binmi sneered inwardly, "I don't need to show up, I can still plan behind the scenes. To kill someone, you don't need to personally hold the knife. Yang Fan, you are too naive, you are still too naive." Before the sneer in Lu Binmi's heart could reach the corner of his lips, he suddenly felt the light in the corner of the room ripple. A cold light flashed, cutting off the "who" that he was about to shout. He did not make a sound. Air was directly spat out from his throat, followed by blood. Lu Binmi clutched his throat tightly, blood spurting out from the gaps between his fingers. He widened his eyes in shock and despair, wanting to see the person in front of him clearly. However, there was only a flicker of light before everything returned to normal. There was nothing in front of him. Yuan Tingyun and the others did not dare to go far, nor did they dare to make a sound until young Master Lu's voice came from the room again. "Watching Shin Mu rise to power and steal half of my territory, this is a crime. Being headstrong and self-opinionated, refusing to listen to honest advice, resulting in not making any contributions for many years. The authority of the clan master has fallen into someone else's hands, disappointing the clan master's expectations. This is a crime. Overestimating one's capabilities, kidnapping one's children, disgracing one's family, and asking for humiliation, these are 3 crimes. I hate it. I really hate it." Listening to young Master Zhang's confession, no one dared to make a sound. A loud crash came from the room. Yuan Tingyun swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. It sounded like young Master Lu had dropped something again, so he did not dare to make a sound. Thud! There was another sound. This time, it sounded like a heavy object, and the sound of it was— Could it be that young Master Lu also lifted the bedding to the ground? Thinking of such a feminine way of venting, Yuan Tingyun subconsciously wanted to laugh, but he held it in. If he dared to laugh now, he had no doubt that young Master Lu would kill him. There was no sound in the room. Yuan Tingyun and the others stood silently at the door until the sun was high up in the sky. Yuan Tingyun frowned and called out in a low voice, "Young master?" There was no answer from the room. Yuan Tingyun raised his voice, but there was still no answer. This happened 3 times, and Yuan Tingyun's heart surged with a strong sense of unease. He gathered his courage and gently pushed the door open. When he saw the situation in the room, he immediately felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and his whole person was stunned. Young Master Lu was lying on the ground, his snow-white clothes already dyed red with blood. A long sword lay quietly beside him. It was a ceremonial sword, an accessory that noble young masters had to bring with them when they went out. It was too thin and long, and did not have much practical value. Once it was used in a fight, it would easily break. However, it was still a sword, and it could still kill. There was a trace of blood on the edge of the sword. 2 carriages and a dozen bodyguards quietly left Hulao Pass and headed for Luoyang. In the carriage, the little fellow had already woken up. She was full of milk and playing happily. Although she had never seen Yang Fan before, the little fellow was not afraid of strangers at such a young age. Moreover, Yang Fan was patient and kind, and he used everything she was interested in to coax her to play. The little fellow laughed happily. Abandoned slave? She's actually called abandoned slave. Anu sat to the side with a very strange expression. She had already learned the little fellow's name from the wet nurse. She was called Ai Nu, and Yang Fan's daughter was called abandoned slave. Young Master Lu's intentions were clear. He kidnapped Erling's daughter, and it was indeed because of her. From now on, she's no longer called abandoned slave. She's called Serong. Yang Serong. Yang Fan corrected her. There was a kind of moist look in his eyes, as if he had thought of something. And, Serong, little Serong, you're so obedient. Anu lowered her eyes and smiled. She teased the little girl, who was happily playing with Yang Fan's jade pendant. She glanced out of the window, and her expression became slightly disappointed. Gu Shizhi hasn't returned yet. Could there have been an accident? Yang Fan looked at his precious daughter, and without raising his head, he only answered, "Probably not. With her ability to hide, she could even hide from me, let alone young Master Lu and his subordinate. Especially in that kind of environment, everyone's attention was on me." Anu nodded and said faintly, "I always feel that since he signed a gentleman's agreement with Lang Jun." Yang Fan suddenly raised his head and said sternly, "He touched my family. This is something I can't tolerate. As for the gentleman's agreement, since there is no gentleman's agreement, what's the use of an agreement?" Yes. Anu couldn't help but lower her head under his burning gaze. She said in a low voice, "It's Anu's fault." Yang Fan gently held her hand and said softly, "I don't blame you. You're a little sad. I understand. This time, if it wasn't for you and Miss Gu, I might not have been able to save my daughter. I said this because I don't want you to feel that you owe him anything. I won't let go of the idea of touching my family. You are also my family." And Anu's eyes suddenly overflowed with tears. She gently threw herself into Yang Fan's arms. Yang Serong lay on the couch and giggled. Because it was almost noon when they left Shui town, the sky was already dark when the carriage arrived at the town ahead. The group of people went to the town and found an inn to stay. Not long after dinner, Yang Fan was coaxing his daughter in the room. Anu quietly walked in and whispered, "Master Gu is back." Yang Fan nodded and said to Anu, "You take the child to your room first." And, after all, Tin Ano was raised by young Master Jiang. Although young Master Jiang had forced Anu to jump off the cliff, and Anu had resolutely stood against young Master Jiang because of him. But if she heard the process of young Master Jiang being killed with her own ears, perhaps she would still feel uncomfortable in her heart. Anu knew that he was concerned about her. She nodded gently and picked up the child. The little fellow seemed to like the smell of her body very much. When she was picked up by her, he didn't cry and just yawned comfortably. Anu took the child out. Yang Fan lit the lamp and sat quietly under the lamp. Yang Fan would never let young Master Jiang go, but he also knew that killing young Master Jiang would cause irreconcilable conflict with the Lu family. So he used a foolproof method. The person who did it was Gu Zhuting. The whole plan was only known by him and Anu Rinwenwei, and the others knew nothing about it. A figure quietly flashed into Yang Fan's room. From her appearance, he couldn't see the shadow of Gu Zhuting. Yang Fan asked, "Is it all settled?" "Yes." "Tell me the details." Gu Zhuting, who didn't look like Gu Zhuting, carefully narrated the process of the ambush, the assassination, the fake young Master Jiang's accent, and the fake suicide scene. Yang Fan let out a long breath and said with a smile, "Great! This calamity was finally gone from now on. You have worked hard. Go back to your room and rest early. We will go back to Luoyang tomorrow morning." "Yes." The person stood up and turned back to the door. Yang Fan looked at her slender back and suddenly smiled. "Miss Gu!" And Gu Zhuting turned around and stared at Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and said, "The next time you see me, don't hide anything in your left hand. I won't kill you." Although her face was covered with a disguise, Gu Zhuting's pretty face still turned red. Chapter 700. The window was open, and the sound of the rain was clear, washing the deep courtyard clean and clear. The sprouting plants and budding flower buds were more beautiful in the spring rain. On the arhat bed, Nianzhu and Si Rong were lying side by side. Nianzhu made a few squeaks, and Si Rong must respond with a few squeaks. Xiao Man and Anu, who were lying on the side of them, couldn't help laughing. "Xiao Man, they seem to understand us. What are they talking about?" "Who knows?" Xiao Man also couldn't help laughing. The two children stop playing when they are together. Sometimes they play separately, and sometimes they just lie there and squeak non-stop. "I don't know what they are talking about," Anu said happily. It is said that children don't understand adults, but looking at them, they really seem to be talking about something. It's just that we can't understand them. So cute. As she spoke, she also stretched out her finger and gently tickled Si Rong's chubby little face. Xiao Man looked at her with a smile and said, "In 7 days, it will be your wedding day. If everything goes well, you will also have a cute little baby in 10 months. Anu was obviously immersed in her fantasy. When talking about her marriage, she didn't feel shy at all. She just held her chin and said in a daze, "Unfortunately, they may not have twins. Look at them, how cute they are." Xiao Man giggled and said, "Then you have to work hard. They can still play together even if they are 1 or 2 years younger." Anu suddenly woke up and scratched her with a blushing face. "Xiao Man, are you making fun of me?" I didn't. Isn't it normal to get married and have children? It's natural, ha ha ha, don't make fun of me. I give up. I won't talk about it anymore, ha ha ha." The two of them laughed and played together. The two little guys lying on the bed also became excited when they heard their laughter. They no longer used the baby language to communicate, but giggled and danced excitedly. The window of the study was also open. The winter's mildew was swept away, and the whole room was filled with a fresh breath of spring. The spring rain was like oil, watering the pear tree outside the window as bright as snow. Yang Fan sat by the window, quietly listening to Renwei's report. Lai Junshin's wife had died an undignified death. To the outside world, they only said that she had died of a sudden illness. Lai Junshin had a bad temper, so the people of the Lai residence didn't dare to go out and spread rumors. Unexpectedly, they concealed this news. That day, Yang Fan sent people to keep an eye on Wei Suizhong. After confirming his identity, it took him 2 days to figure out why he was in such a sorry state that day. It turned out that after Wei Suizhong got into big trouble, he kept his mouth shut and did not dare to reveal this matter to anyone. When Yang Fan's people saw that they could not get any information from him, they turned to investigate the cause of his injury that day and found out that he had come out from his residence. Therefore, Yang Fan's people tried to bribe the Lai Mansion's steward. If they hastily contacted him, the other party would not know his background. Even if they gave him a mountain of gold, the other party would not dare to accept it. Yang Fan's people took a roundabout route to find this person's maternal uncle. First, they bribed him, then through him, they bribed the Lai Mansion's steward. Only then did they understand what had happened. Madame Wang's death was due to Wei Suizhong's humiliation. Then Wei Suizhong, has there been any movement from him these few days? Ren Wei reported, Wei Suizhong prepared a generous gift and used almost everything he had to ask for Lai Junshen's forgiveness. Lai Junshen accepted it. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows. Ren Wei said, Lai Junshen did not seem to care much about his wife, so he accepted the gift and comforted Wei Suizhong not to take it to heart. It was also because of this that the Lai Mansion's steward felt indignant on behalf of the mistress. He was really angry, so we were able to get the news. Otherwise, he might not have been willing to talk just by bribing him. Yang Fan could not help but fall silent. Ren Wei said, Lai Junshen is now preparing to find another wife. This person seems to only like married women, not unmarried women. Yang Fan laughed coldly and said, Which minister or aristocrat's woman did he fancy this time? Ren Wei's face revealed a slightly strange expression. What a coincidence, it's still Duan Jian. Yang Fan frowned and said, Duan Jian? Ren Wei said, Yes. Madame Wang was originally Duan Jian's wife. Lai Junshen took a liking to her and used both carrot and stick to force him to divorce his wife. Then, he forcefully married her. Now that Madame Wang has committed suicide, Lai Junshen wants to find another wife. Unfortunately, he has taken a liking to Duan Jian's second wife. Yang Fan smiled bitterly and said, That's true. How did Duan Jian react? Ren Wei coughed and said, Duan Jian is divorcing his wife. Yang Fan placed his hand on his forehead and thought for a while. He raised his head and asked, What are Wei Suizhong's hobbies? What kind of people does he hang out with? Ren Wei said, Wei Suizhong is on Lai Junshen's side. He does not have many friends. Since the death of those ruthless officials from the censorate, the only place he goes to is the Lai family. Ever since Madame Wang committed suicide, he does not dare to go to the Lai family anymore. This person's hobbies are first money, second sex, and third wine. Wine, women, avarice, and temper are just SOSO. Although their men were a little slow in finding out information this time, it was obvious that they had put in enough effort to understand the relevant matters clearly. Ren Wei opened his mouth without any hesitation. This person has a mistress in Pingkong-ju of Wenfang. Up until now, Wei Suizhong has never married a wife, so he often goes there to fool around. Although Lai Junshen has forgiven him, he still looks restless. Once he is off duty, he almost never returns home. He stays at Pingkong-ju to see this Su Jinyang. Yang Fan said, Spread the truth about Madame Wang's death. Let everyone in Luoyang know. Ren Wei did not ask for the reason and only replied, Yes. Yang Fan continued, Ask Lu Qingqian to bring Su Jinyang to Pingkong-ju and lure Wei Suizhong over. Wine, women, avarice, temper, he can take whatever he wants. Make friends with him. Lu Qingqian was the manager of the largest brothel in Wenfang, Pingkong-ju. She was known as the Master of the Incense. With his status, if he wanted to get a woman from Pingkong-ju, it was just a matter of ransom or exchange. Pingkong-ju would definitely not dare to offend him. Ren Wei saw that Yang Fan had no other instructions and said, Then this subordinate will go and arrange it. Yang Fan nodded and ordered, Get someone to prepare a horse and a raincoat. I will go out in a while. On lovely spring terrace, Princess Taiping, who had entered the palace to visit Mother, chatted with Wu Zetian for a while. When the old lady was happy, Princess Taiping suddenly asked, "Mother, I have heard some rumors that are not good for Mother's reputation." Wu Zetian's expression tightened and asked hurriedly, "What rumors?" Wu Zetian said, "There is a rumor that the burning of Heaven and Ming Hall was not due to the carelessness of the craftsmen, but someone deliberately set the fire." "What?" Wu Zetian was shocked and cried out, "How can there be such a rumor? Who did you hear it from?" Princess Taiping said, "I don't go out much now. Other than visiting Mother in the palace, I usually stay in the residence. I heard this news from 2 maids in the residence and accidentally heard it. I have already punished them heavily." Wu Zetian's face darkened and said, "The 2 maids in your residence said it? How could they? Your mansion's maids have already heard about it. It must have spread like wildfire in the streets." Princess Taiping said carefully, "Yes. I asked the housekeeper to inquire about it. He said that it has indeed spread in the streets and—" Wu Zetian said, "And what?" Princess Taiping said, "Moreover, this news was spread by Master Shui himself, so the people in the streets believe it." Wu Zetian was furious. She grabbed a small bowl of fermented rice and smashed it on the floor of the hall. She shouted sternly, "Bastard, you should be punished." The palace maids and eunuchs in the hall were so scared that they knelt down. Princess Taiping hurriedly comforted, "Mother, don't be angry, lest you hurt your body." Princess Taiping gently stroked her back and said, "Mother believes in Buddhism, so she is very fond of Monk Yi. But, relying on Mother's faith, Monk Yi is getting more and more excessive. He even took this kind of thing as an honor. Those people who don't know the truth all say that Mother—" Okay, I won't say it anymore. Mother, calm down." Wu Zetian certainly knew that her daughter was very clear about the relationship between Shui Huai and herself. She said this because she didn't want to embarrass her daughter. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Daughter, he didn't lie. The Ming Hall and the Heaven Hall were indeed set on fire by him. If not, how could the 2 halls be set on fire so easily?" Princess Taiping pretended to be shocked and said, "What, this was really set on fire by Master Huai? This, whether it was intentional or not, he should be beheaded for such a big crime." Wu Zetian sighed softly and said disappointedly, "Daughter, do you think Mother doesn't want to kill him? Mother can't wait to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. But Huai only dared to do whatever he wanted because of my trust. The Heaven Hall was set on fire and the Ming Hall was also destroyed. If this matter was spread out and the world knew about it, it would be because, where would my face go? Where would the dignity of the imperial court be?" Princess Taiping said, "Mother, now Huai has spread it out himself. It's spread all over the world." Wu Zetian shook her head and said, "No matter how much it spreads among the people, it's just a rumor. If I punish him for this, then it will be the truth of this matter. Huai must be killed. But not now. At least we have to wait for the news of the Heaven Hall to die down. Then we can find a reason to kill him." Princess Taiping said, "Once Huai goes crazy, God knows what other crazy things he will do. If this person is left alive one more day, it will be a disaster." Wu Zetian wanted to kill Shui Huai right away. But even if this matter was known to everyone, she did not want to do it now to confirm that the rumor was true. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes and said, "Daughter has an idea to get rid of this person." Wu Zetian knew that because Feng Xiaobao entered the Shui family tree and changed his name to Shui Huai, the whole Shui family hated Feng Xiaobao. Her daughter was the daughter-in-law of the Shui family, so she also hated this arrogant and domineering Shui Huai. But in the past, because of her, she did not dare to express it. So she did not doubt her daughter's intention to kill Feng Xiaobao. Hearing this, she was pleasantly surprised and said, "You have an idea? Hurry up and tell your mother." Princess Taiping whispered a few words to her ear. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and nodded lightly. This plan is feasible. But the aftermath? Taiping smiled sweetly and said, Mother, don't worry. Daughter will do as Mother said just now. I will grind his bones and scatter his ashes. If he's gone, what trace will there be? Wu Zetian gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, Good. Then. I will leave this person to you. You must do it cleanly. Chapter 701. The rain had just stopped, and a tender yellow mist curled up from the willow branches. On the blue waves of the Luo River, there were already pleasure boats and merchant ships coming and going. Standing at the bridgehead of Tianjin, one could see many people taking advantage of the beginning of the rain to move about in high spirits. Besides businessmen, there were even more people going out of the city for a walk. Scholars and poets, noble ladies and daughters, after a stifled winter, were like little animals awakening from hibernation, eager to immediately see the green world. Some willow trees had sprouted earlier, while others were still fluttering with catkins. The catkins were like the snow drifting through the air, while the pear blossoms were like the snow frozen on the branches. Because the rain had stopped not long after leaving the house, Yang Fan did not put on a straw raincoat, nor did he hold an umbrella. He only held his hands behind his back and stood between the falling snow and the frozen snow on the embankment of the Luo River. The spring rain had just stopped, and the river water had risen slightly and was somewhat turbid. The boat passed through the river, the water lapping against the bank. A few ducks swayed left and right in the shallow water along with the surging water. There were 2 or 3 women washing clothes by the river. There was a little girl, only 12 or 13 years old. Afraid that her shoes would get wet, her snow-white feet were bare. The surging river water would occasionally splash against the smooth surface of the large rocks, submerging her feet. There was also a young woman who was using a wooden mallet to strike her clothes. Probably because her child was breastfeeding, she often unbuttoned her collar in order to breastfeed, causing it to be rather loose. As she struck with the mallet, from the high ground of the embankment, one could clearly see the 2 perfectly round snow-white lumps on her chest rising and falling. Yang Fan took a few glances and realized that there were a few idling people on the embankment, pretending to look out over the water. The angle of their gazes was clearly Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. Unwilling to be associated with them, he slowly turned around and stood under the tender yellow willow branches, gazing in the direction of the bridgehead. The clear spring rain had just stopped, and Yang Fan was in the midst of the bright red and emerald green, watching the poetic fairy leisurely walk over. Taiping had just come out of the palace and was wearing the palace dress for an audience with the Son of Heaven, so she had also tied a pine crane cape over her clothes. It's done. It's done. The 2 stood side by side under the willow embankment, turning towards the surging river and watching the 1,000 sails sail by. When do you plan on doing it? Tomorrow. All right. When the time comes, I'll help you. I'll take care of the follow-up arrangements. Yes. Does this count as me doing you a favor? Cough. Do we still need to differentiate between us? Princess Taiping looked at him. Her lips were smiling and her eyes were sparkling. Is that so? You really don't distinguish between us? Yang Fan touched his nose and changed his words with a smile. All right. You've done me a favor. Princess Taiping curled her lips and turned her head to one side. Yang Fan was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. There's one more thing. Do you want to do it with me? Or to help you? I guess so. However, just like this time, you will also benefit from it. What advantage did I get this time? You helped the Emperor solve a big problem. The Emperor will love you even more. Forget it, I don't care. Yang Fan sighed and said, Then forget it. I'll ask Wan for help. She can do this as well. Princess Taiping immediately said, Good. I'll do it with you. What's the matter? Yang Fan smiled and said, Let's work together to plot against a person. Who? Lai Junchen. Lai Junchen raised his glass with a fake smile on his face. You're too polite. I should give you a toast. Zhang Changzong smiled as he raised his cup to his lips and took a small sip. Seeing this, Lai Junchen also took a sip before putting down his cup. Zhang Changzong frowned slightly when he saw this. Unfortunately, Lai Junchen didn't see it. He had turned his head to look at the leading dancer. On the red carpet, the leading dancer was moving gracefully and slowly twisting her slender waist. She was dancing to the music. This dancer was almost 30 years old, but her dance was graceful, far from those young girls. Her face was full of smiles, bright and enchanting, like peach blossoms in the spring. Her dance was light, graceful, making one's heart race like a monkey. Lai Junchen pondered, this dancer is enchanting. Unfortunately, she is a dancer in Yang Zixie's residence. It's not good to force her. Today, Yang Zixie had invited the Zhang brothers to the banquet. In addition, he also invited several ministers. In fact, the others were just there to make up the numbers. The real person invited was only Lai Junchen. On Dragon's Gate Mountain, Lai Junchen had a dispute with the Zhang brothers. Although Lai Junchen blamed everything on Yang Fan, the Zhang brothers kept hearing news that Lai Junchen harbored a grudge against them and intended to take revenge. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were now favored, so they were naturally not afraid of Lai Junchen. However, being targeted by such a person was really troublesome. They were now trying their best to develop the Zhang faction's power and did not want to fight Lai Junchen to the death. After thinking about it, they could only reconcile. So Yang Zixie played the role of peacemaker. Unfortunately, Lai Junchen's 6 senses were developed and his sense of smell was sensitive only when he was messing with people. He had always been a solitary official in the court and did not have much contact with other officials. Therefore, he did not understand the hidden rules of the officialdom. He only thought that Yang Zixie invited him to the banquet and did not think about the deeper reason. Zhang Changzong and Zhang Yizhi had repeatedly expressed their goodwill and toasted each other. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since understood the other party's intentions. If they had accepted it, all they would have had to do was laugh, and the unhappiness between them would have been forgotten. But Lai Junchen did not understand the reason why the Zhang brothers attended the banquet. Seeing the 3 brothers Zhang Tongxiu and Zhang Changqi, who had made him lose face, he was already a little uncomfortable. He was not interested in the boring social interaction between these officials, so he just stared at the enchanting dancer. In the eyes of the Zhang brothers, this action was a clear signal. Lai Junchen did not accept their reconciliation. Because the 2 brothers Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong were favored, Zhang Tongxiu disdained the so-called reconciliation. When he saw Lai Junchen's indifferent expression and did not want to accept the reconciliation, he was secretly angry. Although Zhang Changzong repeatedly gave him a look, he did not want to toast to Lai Junchen. Instead, he raised his cup to thank Yang Zixie. Yang Zixie smiled and drank a cup. Zhang Tongxiu said with a smile, "I see that Minister Yang is not tall, flat face, round head, narrow eyes, high cheekbones, very much like a Gogrian. Is Minister Yang from the north?" Yang Zixie stroked his beard and said with a smile, "I am from the Wu family of Zhengzhou, not a northerner." He saw that Lai Junchen was staring fixedly at the dancer, seemingly giving the Zhang brothers the cold shoulder. As the mediator, he had to liven up the atmosphere, so he said, "Although I'm not a northerner, I do know how to dance the Gogrian dance." Zhang Tongxiu deliberately ignored Lai Junchen and said happily, "Oh? Then we would like to see it." Yang Zixie took advantage of the alcohol and stood up. He untied his purple robe and tied it in front of his chest. He also asked someone to cut some paper strips and put them on his hat. He pretended to be a Gogrian and began to dance. The host took advantage of the dance and the group of dancers retreated, making room for him. Yang Zixie really looked like a Gogrian. He shrugged his shoulders and shook his hands, dancing the Gogrian dance. He looked charmingly naive, making all the guests in the hall laugh. Lai Junchen saw that the dancers retreated and his attention returned. Seeing Yang Zixie's funny dance, He could not help but smile. Yang Zixi saw that the atmosphere had turned for the better and was happy. He danced in front of Zhang Changzong and made a gesture to invite him to dance. It was common for high officials and nobles to dance at banquets and banquet. Li Shimin often dragged his ministers to dance. Zhang Changzong didn't turn down the invitation. Instead, he stood up with a smile and joined in the Gogrian dance. Zhang Changzong was multi-talented and was especially good at singing and dancing. He also knew this kind of dance. With this dance, it was obvious who was better than Yang Zixi. Seeing this, Yang Zixi simply retreated to the back of the table and gave the space to him. After Zhang Changzong finished his dance, the whole hall cheered. Someone from the Zhang family complimented, "Sixth Lang's face is like a peach blossom and he is dancing so beautifully. It is really pleasing to the eye." Yang Zixi shook his head. No, how can Sixth Lang look like a peach blossom? Zhang Changzong liked people praising his beauty the most. Hearing this, he felt embarrassed and looked at Yang Zixi with a dark expression. Yang Zixi said, "It should be a lotus blossom like Sixth Lang." Hearing this, everyone clapped and laughed. Li Junqian was used to being flattered by others. At banquets and banquets, he had always been the main character. But in front of the Zhang brothers, he had become a small character. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Hearing Yang Zixi flattering the Zhang brothers, he secretly curled his lips, feeling very jealous. Zhang Tongxiu saw this expression. After Zhang Changzong returned to his seat, everyone laughed and talked about Gogrian for a while before the topic was shifted to the north. Everyone at the banquet was talking about all sorts of topics and they could talk about anything for a while. Moreover, something really happened in the north recently. An official said, "Speaking of the north, I heard that the leaders of the Khitan tribe, Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong, rebelled. I wonder what the situation is like now?" Another official said with disdain, "A small Khitan trying to rebel against our great Zhou is no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Didn't the news of their rebellion only reach the imperial court yesterday? I reckon that before the imperial court mobilizes its troops, the army of Yingzhou military governor will have already crushed them into powder." An official retorted, "Brother Liu, that Li Jinzhong and Sun Wanrong are commanding the Khitan troops of 10 provinces. Even if they stand there and let us kill them, they will be exhausted half to death. How can they be defeated so easily?" The official who was addressed as Brother Liu said, "A small Khitan tribe of barbarians. They don't have enough soldiers and armor and are as poor as beggars. What can they do?" The newly appointed left assistant minister Qi Longting said, "Sun Wanrong is the general of the Right Jade Seal Guard, the provincial governor of Guiqing Province, and the county duke of Yongla Province. Speaking of which, his power is indeed not small. He can't be that poor." An official said, "I remember that this is the official position that Li Zhaoda requested for him when he was the prime minister? It hasn't been that long. In such a short period of time, how much power can he build up?" Immediately, someone explained to him that the Khitan officials were very different from the officials of the Central Plains. The so-called official positions conferred by the imperial court were only conferred upon them after they had the corresponding strength. In fact, before they received their official positions in the imperial court, they already had enormous power. Li Junqian didn't hear any of these explanations. He only heard about Li Zhaoda. When he heard that Li Zhaoda requested for Sun Wanrong to be conferred a title, his eyes immediately lit up. There were 2 people that Li Junqian hated the most right now. Among the enemies that he had named, there were only 2 people that he hadn't taken his revenge on yet, Li Zhaoda and Yang Fan. Everyone's words at the banquet made Li Junqian, whose lifelong dream was to mess with people, immediately discover an opportunity to bring down Li Zhaoda. Sun Wanrong has rebelled, and Sun Wanrong is an official recommended by Li Zhaoda. At the very least, Li Zhaoda will be charged with the crime of not recommending someone properly and tolerating a traitor. If he has obtained any benefits from this, Thinking of this, Lai Junshin was overjoyed. He hurriedly put down his wine cup and cupped his hands towards Yang Zixi. Inner Custodian Yang, fellow colleagues, I am truly sorry. I suddenly remembered that there is still an important official matter that I have yet to deal with. If I delay it, I'm afraid there will be great trouble. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I'll be leaving first. As Lai Junshin spoke, he had already stood up and cupped his hands towards everyone. Yang Zixi was startled. He advised, Prefectural Magistrate Lai, even if you have official matters to deal with, it won't take too long. Why don't you go after the banquet? Lai Junshin was now wholeheartedly focused on finding fault with Li Zhaoda. He didn't have the leisure to talk nonsense with him. He hurriedly smiled and said, The official matter is urgent. I dare not delay it. My apologies, I'll take my leave now. After saying this, he hurriedly turned around and left. As the host, Yang Zixi had to see him off. He could only pick up the hem of his robe and chase after him. Zhang Tongxiu slammed his wine cup on the table. He sneered at Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong. Wulong, we are unnecessary today. Is it fun to stick our warm faces to the cold buttocks of others? He flicked his sleeves, stood up angrily, and walked out. Zhang Changqi and Zhang Changyi angrily pulled Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong, who were also angry, and chased after him, leaving the other officials looking at each other in dismay. Chapter 702. Lai Junshin was like a hound that smelled blood, chasing after his prey excitedly. He started out as a nobody, but once he was promoted, he held great power. He was naturally proficient in the art of manipulating people, but he never understood the art of officialdom. Thus, he was slow to ignore the olive branch extended by the Zhang brothers and missed the last chance to reconcile with the flourishing Zhang corporation. The next morning, an eunuch went to the White Horse Temple to pass on an imperial edict, summoning the state protector Huai to the palace. The emperor wanted to inquire about the reconstruction of Heaven and Bright Hall. Xue Huai was overjoyed when he heard the news. He hurriedly took a bath, brushed his teeth, cleaned his face, and put some powder on his kasaya. He led Hongyi and Honglu, his two most trusted disciples, into the palace. After listening to Yang Fan's words last time, Hongyi and Honglu became more convinced the more they thought about it. The two returned to Xue Huai's side and tried to persuade him, but Xue Huai didn't listen at all. Xue Huai actually admired Yang Fan from the bottom of his heart and didn't see him as a disciple. Hongyi and Honglu didn't feel the same way. The two were scolded by Xue Huai when they tried to persuade him. The two were helpless and didn't try to persuade him anymore. They just discussed the matter with their fellow disciples in private. Some of the fellow disciples believed them, some didn't. Those who believed them had already taken the money they had earned from following Xue Huai and slipped away. Although they said they slipped away, they didn't actually go too far. They just moved away from their original location, rented another place, and observed the situation, just in case. They were only ruffians. If something really happened, they could slip away at any time. They didn't have to worry about the imperial court going to war to hunt them down. As long as they weren't immediately arrested, they could escape. Some didn't believe them at all and laughed at Hongyi and Honglu's absurdity for not making any preparations to escape. Hongyi and Honglu couldn't do anything to such people. Medicine couldn't cure diseases, and Buddha helped those who were fated. No one could stop him from walking on the road to death. He had already done his part by taking such a big risk to tell them about this matter. Today, the emperor had summoned Xue Huai. The two brothers immediately tensed up, but Xue Huai didn't believe that the emperor would do anything to harm him. Seeing their nervous expressions, Xue Huai immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "Who are the two of you showing a bitter face to? If you're worried, then scram. I don't need your service." Helpless, the two could only force a smile and coax Xue Huai to be happy. Xue Huai's anger had yet to subside as he walked out resentfully. Hong 1 and Hong 6 looked at each other and chased after him with a bitter smile. They were loyal, but since they didn't have the ability to dissuade Shui Huai, nor did they have the ability to save him from danger, they might as well give up their lives to accompany him. This seemed extremely stupid, but in their opinion, they were doing their duty. Shui Huai always had a fish talisman to pass through the palace. Although he had been going to the palace less and less in the past year, the palace guards still recognized him. After checking the fish talisman, the imperial guards respectfully let them into the palace. Today there was no court session, so the palace was much quieter. Shui Huai swaggered through the front hall and entered the back garden. When he reached the back garden, there were even fewer people. Hong 1 and Hong 6 were already nervous, and now they were even more paranoid. They felt as if every bush and tree was an enemy. On the way, they occasionally encountered some palace eunuchs who bowed to give way. They were on tenterhooks, as if in the next moment, those palace eunuchs would turn into palace experts. Shui Huai saw their behavior and felt it funny and angry at the same time. However, he had already entered the palace. After being given the cold shoulder by Wu Zetian for so long, he didn't dare to be as unbridled as before. It was absolutely impossible for him to teach his disciple a lesson here, so he could only pretend not to see them. When Wu Zetian wasn't attending court, she was either at the Martial Achievement Hall or at the lovely Spring Terrace. To go to these two palaces, one had to pass through the Radiance Hall. In front of the Radiance Hall, flowers were in full bloom. The early spring flowers were planted in front of the hall. They were bright purple and beautiful red, blooming beautifully. Shui Huai strode to the front of the Radiance Hall. Suddenly, a person flashed out from the flowers in front of him. Shui Huai took a closer look and recognized that it was Princess Taiping. He couldn't help but hesitate for a moment. If it was when he was favored, he could stride forward at this moment. Not only did he not have to salute this princess, but the princess would also have to take the initiative to call him Master Shui. Things were different now. Although Shui Huai tried to maintain his appearance, the arrogance in his bones had long disappeared. He hesitated for a moment and wanted to step forward to greet her. Princess Taiping, with her obviously bulging belly, smiled at him and said, "Master Shui, long time no see." Following Princess Taiping's words, 8 fat women suddenly flashed out of the flowers from all directions, surrounding them in the center. When Shui Huai saw that Princess Taiping took the initiative to greet him, he was very happy. His face was full of smiles, but when he saw this posture, his smile immediately froze on his face. "Your Highness, what do you mean?" Princess Taiping's smile turned cold. She replied in a cold voice, "Feng Xiaobao, you know what you have done. Now it has been exposed." Shui Huai was shocked. He quickly took 2 steps back and took a stance. He said angrily, "Taiping, what do you want?" "I want to see the Emperor." Princess Taiping sneered and said, "I have received the Emperor's order to capture you. Come, capture Feng Xiaobao for me." Just now, when Princess Taiping's expression suddenly changed, Shui Huai knew that the situation was not good. If Wu Zetian did not agree, no one in the world would dare to touch him. Moreover, this was the imperial palace. Princess Taiping dared to make things difficult here. Without a doubt, it was Wu Zetian's intention. But he still asked this question. Perhaps in his heart, he still held on to the last trace of hope. But this last trace of hope was ruthlessly destroyed by Princess Taiping. The 8 female sumo wrestlers were like 8 mountains of flesh. They surrounded him in all directions, impenetrable by wind and rain. They approached step by step in unison. With each step, the earth trembled. "Master, let's go!" Hongi screamed and charged at a fat woman. The fat woman grinned and grabbed Hongi's belt. She lifted him up like a broken doll and slashed his neck. Hongi's body went limp and he didn't make any more sounds. "Eldest martial brother." Hong Lu let out a miserable howl and rushed towards the enemy in front of him. Although he was like a small quail standing in front of an eagle compared to his opponent, he was still not afraid. The big fat woman didn't give him any face. She stretched out her hand and pushed Hong Lu's chest with her palm. Hong Lu bounced back at a speed faster than when he had pounced on him. He fell to the ground, sprawled on his back. Dizzy, Hong Lu crawled up and spun around twice. Just as he stood up, he saw a face that was even rounder and fatter than the great Buddha Lu Shi smiling at him. The big face laughed twice and suddenly leaned forward. With a bang, their foreheads collided. Hong Lu's eyes stared blankly as he fell to the ground again, unconscious. Following that, a ball of sackcloth was stuffed into his mouth, and he was tied up tightly with his hands and legs. Xue Huai's body was very strong, but he was not good at martial arts. The martial arts he performed when he ran the Jianghu and sold fake medicine were all showy but impractical moves that had no real value. Layman just watched for fun. He couldn't even beat one of these 8 fat female sumo wrestlers, let alone 8 of them. 8 pairs of palms were as heavy as mountains. Xue Huai had no strength to fight back and was beaten unconscious by the 8 female sumo wrestlers in a moment. A moment later, Xue Huai and his 2 disciples disappeared and 3 sacks appeared where they had been. At the same time, a general dressed in military uniform appeared 10 feet behind Princess Taiping. The general stood with his hand on his sword and smiled. "Good move, Princess. It seems that this prince's hidden troops were unnecessary." This person was Jianchong Commandery Prince Wu Yuning, Princess Taiping's husband and Wu Yuji's elder brother. Although Taiping had taken care of this matter, Wu Zetian was worried that her daughter would not be able to handle it, so she had arranged for Wu Yuning to lead troops to support them just in case. Now that Taiping had succeeded, Wu Yuning was relieved that there was no need to kill them in such an ugly manner. Princess Taiping said without turning her head, "I will act according to the plan. Jianchong Commandery Prince, please inform His Majesty that everything went smoothly." Wu Yuning gently nodded and said yes. At Princess Taiping's order, the 3 fat women each picked up a sack and followed her as if they were nothing. Wu Yuning waved his hand and also led the imperial guards who were secretly supporting her to turn around and leave. Outside the Changel Gate, there were already a dozen or so knights waiting there. There were 2 carriages in the middle. The 3 sacks were carried into the carriages. Princess Taiping boarded the first carriage and the convoy immediately left. They did not go through the Duanmen but left through the Right Yi Gate. They followed the long Weeping Willow Causeway and turned towards the Tianjin Bridge, hurrying all the way to the White Horse Temple. In the White Horse Temple, Sanshan Buddhist monk and a few other true high monks of the White Horse Temple were already standing solemnly inside the corner door on the right. The door was open, and it was quiet inside and outside. Pilgrims and tourists had long been isolated by the disciples, and no one was allowed to approach. They had already waited for a long time, but not a single person moved. They were like statues. The sunlight gradually moved from their heads to their shoulders. At this moment, a dozen or so fast horses and 2 carriages rushed over from afar. They did not stop for even a moment and went straight into the temple. Sanshan Buddhist monk waved his hand, and 2 monks on duty immediately rushed forward. The moment the last knight rushed into the temple, they closed the temple door. The reception monk in front led the way, leading the 2 carriages straight to the cremation room in the backyard. Sanshan Buddhist monk and a few other old monks also hurried over. In the cremation room, a few monks in charge of the cremation had already prepared everything. The charcoal fire burned brightly, and there was a thick layer of charcoal on top to keep the fire quiet. The cremation room was extremely hot and stuffy. A few strong monks were sweating through their heavy clothes, but their expressions were extremely cold. The 2 carriages stopped in front of the cremation room. Princess Taiping lifted the curtain of the carriage, but she did not get out. In the carriage behind her, a few fat women carried 3 sacks and quickly entered the cremation room. The door of the stove was wide open, the cremation pit was very high and very wide. As soon as they saw the 3 fat women carrying 3 sacks in, the cremation monks immediately prodded the fire with long iron hooks to make the stove fire roaring. The 3 fat women did not hesitate for a moment. They threw the 3 sacks into the cremation pit. The 6 cremation monks on both sides immediately closed the door of the stove and pulled the wooden rings on the bellows. With a hoo-hoo sound, wind blew into the cremation stove. Immediately, the flames sprang out from the cremation stove's iron door. Suddenly, a few shrill cries rang out from the cremation pit. The monks ignored them and used all their strength to blow as hard as they could. Sanshan Buddhist monk and the other monks stood outside the cremation room. When they heard the faint cries, they could not help but press their palms together and recite in a low voice, Namo Amitabhaya, Dota Jayadi, Dota Diyi He. Chapter 703. The Luo River lapped against the banks of the river. Merchant ship after merchant ship constantly came and went, the surging of the river never ending. As a result, the flat-bottomed sand boat following the waves was like a duck swimming in the water, occasionally rippling with the waves. Yang Fan saw the young woman washing clothes by the river yesterday. They were still washing clothes, still on the large rock from yesterday. They were completely focused and did not even glance at the boat. Yang Fan smiled and looked away. Inside the cabin, Shui Huai, Hongyi, and Honglu sat there silently with wooden expressions, not saying a word. Yang Fan frowned and said, "It's all in the past. In Master Shui's life, you've been poor, down and out, awe-inspiring, and tyrannical. Even now, you still can't get over it?" Shui Huai smiled sadly and said in a low voice, "Now I've lived and died. What's there to not get over? I just—" His face twisted and he said in a low voice, "I just didn't think that she really wanted to kill me. Really wanted to kill me." Yang Fan shook his head and said nothing. Hong Six couldn't help but say, "Master, I've said it before. She even ruthlessly killed her own children, so why would she really care about you? You?" Yang Fan gave him a look and Hong Six shut his mouth. Yang Fan picked up a bundle from beside him and handed it to Shui Huai. "These are your clothes, as well as the checkpoint I've prepared for you. The route you'll take and the checkpoint are all recorded in detail. From now on, Monk Huai is dead. Your surname is still Feng. If you want, you can also be called Feng Xiaobao." Yang Fan smiled and said, "This is the name your father and mother gave you. I think this name might not be as glorious as the Shui Huai the Emperor gave you, but you will like it better." Shui Huai's eyes glistened as he gently stroked the bundle on his knees. After a while, he raised his head and asked, "The 3 sacks used to replace us, what's in them?" Yang Fan said, "I bought 3 pigs from Bay City." Shui Huai was silent for a moment before he suddenly burst into laughter. As he laughed, the tears that he had been holding back for a long time finally fell. He no longer needed to be afraid of others seeing him cry, nor did he need to be afraid of others seeing him weak. From now on, he was Feng Xiaobao, he was himself. Yang Fan came out of the cabin and stood still. The captain immediately came up to him. Yang Fan ordered, "Move them to a large ship heading for Southeast Asia, then escort them all the way out. Be careful on the road, and keep my letter carefully. My master is the ruler of that country. After reading this letter, the people of that country will not make things difficult for you." The captain nodded his head heavily and said, "Rest assured, sect leader." At this moment, the boat had already reached the shore. Yang Fan stepped onto the shore and walked step by step up the willow bank. The boat then swung towards the middle of the river, raised the sails and sailed into the distance. Yang Fan stood on the embankment and stared at it for a long time. Then, he took the reins from Ren Wei, mounted the horse, and galloped in the opposite direction. In the backyard of the White Horse Temple, the thick smoke coming out from the chimney of the crematorium was gradually thinning. Princess Taiping sighed and said to Sanshan monk, "Abbot Huai passed away in his meditation room this morning. From today onwards, Abbot Sanshan is the abbot of the White Horse Temple." Sanshan monk chanted the name of Buddha and took a step forward. He twirled his Buddhist beads and said in a low voice, Shui Huai Yi's sudden death might cause criticism. I think that we can order our disciples to secretly announce that he drank too much and died suddenly. What does your highness think? Princess Taiping said indifferently, Do not let me know about this. Do what you think is appropriate. Sanshan monk put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha again. Princess Taiping's carriage still left through the corner door. In a short while, they were far away from the White Horse Temple. At this moment, at the main entrance of the White Horse Temple, Luoyang Commandant Tang Zong had already led a large number of patrol officers and bailiff. They carried iron chains and shackles and barged in aggressively. The ruffian monks of the White Horse Temple swindled, fought, and even humiliated officials. The Luoyang prefecture had long piled up complaints about them. Now it was finally time to settle the score. Shuihui Yi was the same as the old nun from Hanoi. He also had many disciples. However, most of them were recommended by ruffians and became his disciples. The ones who usually followed him were only the dozen or so people who fooled around with him in the street. Half of these people listened to Hongyi and Honglu and did not come to the temple for the past few days to avoid trouble. The remaining people who did not believe in evil were all captured by Tang Zong. The White Horse Temple, which had been in a foul atmosphere for 10 years, finally had peace. Sanshan monk returned to the abbot's meditation room, which had changed owners for 10 years. Tears streamed down his old face. After listening to Hongyi and Honglio's words, Monk Yizhua was very vigilant these past few days. Especially when Shui Huai Yi entered the palace today. He immediately hid out and coincidentally avoided the Luoyang prefecture's search. After the Luoyang prefecture's officials escorted a group of people away, Yizhua sneaked back to the White Horse Temple. He went to the steel forest in the backyard and dug out his belongings. Inside the belongings there were some things that he recorded, some gold, silver, and silk that he had saved over the years, and the Taoist robe that he had taken off in the past. When he dug out the Taoist robe, it had long been rotten. The former head of the Hongsho monastery was stroking his tattered Taoist robe, and tears streamed down his face. Tang Zong escorted those people back to the yamen. He first put those ruffians in prison, then he went to Lai Junshan's detention room to report. When he arrived at the door, he saw 4 patrolling inspectors armed with swords standing guard. Tang Zong said, Is the prefectural magistrate here? The group of ruffians from the White Horse Temple has been captured. I have come to report to the prefectural magistrate. A squad leader said politely, The prefectural magistrate is personally investigating a case. County Lieutenant, please go back first. We will report on your behalf. In the detention room, a white-haired old man stood in front of the desk with his head lowered. 4 patrolling inspectors stood with their hands on their sword. Lai Junshan stood behind the desk with a baby in his arms. He carefully looked at the baby and said with a smile, Old man Xiao, is this your eldest grandson? I heard that you have 3 sons, but now you only have this eldest grandson? Ha ha, this child is very cute. He really looks like you. Old man Xiao begged, This child is innocent, please show mercy to the prefectural magistrate. Lai Junshan curled his lips and said, Of course the child is innocent. Why would the prefectural magistrate do anything to an ignorant child? However, if you don't open your mouth, your entire family will be imprisoned. I will only let you out after I find out the truth. Lai Junshan gently patted the child and said with a smile, It's not very comfortable in prison, especially after a winter. The weather has just warmed up, and the smell, the child is so young and delicate. If there's an accident or illness, it's your fault as a grandfather. Lai Junshan turned his head and asked a scribe next to him, Yesterday, how many suspects in the prison contracted a serious illness and died? Old man Zhao's forehead was full of sweat. Suddenly, his knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. He said with tears in his eyes, I confess. I only ask the prefectural magistrate to let my grandson go. Li Junchen said with a smile, Don't worry. As long as you confess, the prefectural magistrate will not make things difficult for you. As Li Junchen said this, he slowly walked over and handed the child to him. Old man Shao quickly took the child and hugged him tightly in his arms. He said with difficulty, Master Li has received a generous gift from Sun Wanrong. Li Junchen was overjoyed. He hurriedly gave the scribe a look and told him to quickly record the confession. He turned around and sat down behind the desk. His tone became more and more amiable. Don't rush, speak slowly. When did Sun Wanrong give gifts to Li Zhaoda? What gifts did he give? What did he ask Li Zhaoda to do? Tell me clearly and you can bring your precious grandson home, ha ha ha. Old man Shao had no choice but to confess in detail. It turned out that this old man Shao was originally the steward of Li Zhaoda's residence. When Li Zhaoda was demoted to Lingnan, he dismissed his family and old man Shao returned home. In the end, Li Zhaoda did not go far. Because of the impeachment of Li Zhaoda for meddling in the selection of officials in the southern border, the officials gradually shifted the blame to someone else. They tried to use Wu Sanxi as a breakthrough point and implicate the Wu clan. Wu Zetian saw through this plot in time. Therefore, she pardoned Li Zhaoda's heavy crimes and only demoted him to an imperial censor. She allowed him to stay in the capital and thus ended the investigation of the case. Although Li Zhaoda returned to the capital, he was no longer the prime minister. There was no need for so many servants at home. Therefore, only a portion of them were recalled. Old man Shao was already old and was not among them. Now that Li Junchen wanted to deal with Li Zhaoda, he looked for old man Shao. As the steward of the prime minister's residence, if someone were to send gifts or socialize with him, he would know. Old man Shao was loyal to Li Zhaoda, but Li Junchen used his grandson to threaten him. This little grandson was his flesh and blood, and he had to protect him even if he had to sacrifice his own life. Left with no choice, he could only confess everything. Speaking of Sun Wanrong, he was a tribal leader of the Khitan Dai clan. His grandfather, Sun Outsao, surrendered to the Sui dynasty and was appointed as the imperial minister. During the Tang dynasty, Sun Outsao submitted to the Tang dynasty and was placed by Li Yuan in the vicinity of Yingzhou, Longqing, now Chaoyang Liaoning. He was also given the title of General Yunhui and was placed in charge of Liaozhou Liaodong City, now Liaoyang Liaoning. From then on, the Sun clan settled there. During the reign of Emperor Gaozong Liji, the military governor of Songma and the Khitan great chieftain Ku Gu passed away. The successor, Abgu, led the tribes and the Shi clan to rebel. However, they were defeated by Li Ji's troops and Abgu was captured alive. As a result, the Khitan clan no longer had a great leader. From then on, the leaders of the most powerful tribes jointly governed the Khitan clan. Sun Wanrong, who was the leader of the Khitan Dai clan, had once stayed in Chang and as a hostage for a long time. After he became the tribe leader, he had always worked hard to maintain a close relationship with the imperial court. Gradually, he stood out among the major tribes and grasped the greatest power, becoming the de facto leader. However, without the recognition of the central government, he had no right to give orders. As a result, Sun Wanrong prepared a generous gift and went to the capital. He looked for Li Zhaoda, who at that time was the absolute boss in front of Wu Zetian. After some business, Li Zhaoda spoke on his behalf and asked Wu Zetian to confer him the title of General of the Right Jade Seal Guards, Provincial Governor of Guiqing Prefecture, County Duke of Yongla County, a third-rank official. This way, whether it was in terms of strength or status, he had the qualifications to govern the various Khitan tribes. But now, Sun Wanrong had rebelled. Although Sun Wanrong restrained the various tribes, he mainly relied on his own strength. Although Li Zhaoda asked the imperial court to bestow him an official position and title, it was based on the strength he already possessed at that time. But no matter what, Sun Wanrong had rebelled. Now that Sun Wanrong had rebelled, Li Zhaoda could not escape the responsibility of indulging bandits. When Lai Junshan received old Zhao's confession, he couldn't help but laugh loudly. The scribe watched as old Zhao carried his grandson out in a hurry. He moved in front of Lai Junshan and said in a flattering manner, "As long as the prefectural magistrate delivers this confession to the imperial court, it will be a great merit and will definitely be appreciated by the emperor." Lai Junshan's laughter stopped abruptly. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and said craftily, "No, no, no. This prefecture and Li Zhaoda have always had enmity. It is inappropriate for this prefecture to step forward, very inappropriate." He pondered for a moment and said, "Wei Suizhong? He is the imperial censor. It is most appropriate for him to step forward and impeach." At this point, Lai Junshan suddenly reacted and asked in confusion, "What has Wei Suizhong been busy with recently? I haven't seen him in a while." Chapter 704. At this moment, Wei Suizhong was in the land of tenderness. This land of tenderness was the real land of tenderness because the brothel's name was Land of Tenderness. Ever since she received the order from Yang Fan, Lu Qingqian, the head shopkeeper of Land of Tenderness, bought Wei Suizhong's lover, Su Jinyang, from Peaceful Residence. Su Jinyang was not a red card in Peaceful Residence, and Lu Qingqian was the most respected person in the entire Tenderness house. Therefore, it was easy for Su Jinyang to jump ship from Peaceful Residence to Land of Tenderness. Su Jinyang was not very beautiful, but her skin was especially fair. There were a few light freckles on the bridge of her nose, but her round face was very sweet. She was a very tasteful woman and could bear to taste. She was about 25 or 26 years old, more mature than a young girl, more energetic than a mature woman, and her every movement was dignified and charming. If she had not been in a brothel, no one would have associated her with a prostitute based on her appearance and temperament. Wei Suizhong had always wanted to redeem her, but he used to be Lai Junshan's lackey. Moreover, he was addicted to alcohol and gambling, so he did not save much money. Later, when he was finally promoted, Lai Junshan fell, and the censorate fell into crisis, so he never had a chance to make money. He met Jinyang when he visited a brothel. Since then, he had set his sights on Jinyang, and every time he came to Tenderness House, he would go to Jinyang's place. Sometimes he did not need to spend the night at her place, but he was also happy to go to her place to chat and talk. When Wei Suizhong was young, he had an older brother who married a sister-in-law, who looked similar to Su Jinyang. Wei Suizhong's mother passed away early, and this sister-in-law loved him very much. She cut clothes for him and cooked for him. Under the care of his sloppy father, Wei Suizhong, who was always hungry and dressed in rags, lived a good life for a few days. Later, there was a big fire in his hometown and the whole village was flooded. Wei Suizhong was the only one who escaped. He knelt in the direction of the village on a distant hillside and cried to the torrential flood. He didn't cry for his father, he cried for his sister-in-law. Probably from that time there was someone in his heart. Wei Suizhong treated Jinyang very well. Unlike the other guests, he never insulted or toyed with her. He was originally a ruffian, and even after he became an official, he still behaved like a ruffian. It was only in front of Jinyang that he always pretended to be noble. He usually liked to come to Jinyang's place. Ever since he broke into the mansion drunk and angered Madame Wang to death, he came here more often. Especially recently, for some unknown reason, the truth about Madame Wang's death had spread like wildfire in the street. Wei Suizhong had been on tenterhooks for a while, but he did not see Lai Junshan's intention to punish him. Originally he had just calmed down, but now he was afraid again. So he did not even go home and stayed at Jinyang's place every day. He drank too much today. Jinyang's petite body exerted a great deal of strength to carry him to the bed. "Don't go," Wei Suizhong mumbled as he grabbed Jinyang's hand. Junyang was amused and annoyed at the same time. I'm going to pour you a bowl of soup to sober you up. I don't want to drink. I want you to accompany me, Wei Suizhong said with a slurred tongue. He turned his body sideways and put her palm against his cheek as a pillow. Su Junyang sighed softly and tidied the messy hair on his forehead. Lang Jun, you rarely get drunk in front of me, she said faintly. But recently, Lang Jun, do you have something on your mind? Wei Suizhong closed his eyes and mumbled, What can I have on my mind? I'm just making wild guesses. Su Junyang said softly, Lang Jun, don't lie to me. I have heard about what happened at Lai Junshin's house. Wei Suizhong suddenly opened his eyes and sat up nervously. What did you hear? As soon as he sat up, he felt dizzy. He could not help but lie down again, holding his head and moaning. Su Junyang changed her position and sat next to his head. She gently massaged his head. Lang Jun, this matter has spread among the commoners. In this world, no matter how big or small the matter is, the courtyard will know the fastest. How could I not know? Alas! Lai Junshin is a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This time, Lang Jun has caused a big trouble. No wonder. Wei Suizhong was originally very comfortable being massaged by her. But when he heard this, he became nervous again. He grabbed her hand and opened his eyes. You also think that he will definitely take revenge on me? Su Junyang said, What possibility? This is inevitable. The hatred of killing one's father and stealing one's wife is absolutely irreconcilable. Although Lai Junshin's wife was kidnapped from someone else, and he may not take it to heart, she is after all his legitimate wife, and not a concubine. Even if he doesn't care about this wife, he cares about what the world thinks. If people say that Lai Junshin's wife was humiliated and died, and Lai Junshin could not do anything to that person, do you think Lai Junshin can tolerate it? Wei Suizhong sat up uneasily. He resisted the nausea in his heart and said, He won't. Up until now, he has never done anything to me. Su Junyang said, Silly Lang Jun, he has just returned from Tongzhou. His former henchmen have all been eliminated. He still needs Lang Jun. Naturally, he can tolerate you for a while. When he has gathered more henchmen and no longer needs you, Wei Suizhong's face turned pale. Su Junyang said, Lang Jun, you know Lai Junshin's character. If he wants to do anything to you, it will be too late for regrets. Lang Jun will never be able to defeat him. It is better to avoid him as soon as possible. Wei Suizhong said blankly, Avoid, where can I go? Su Junyang gritted her teeth and suddenly said, Lang Jun, wait. She turned around and went to the dressing table. She opened the small door at the bottom and took out some household items. Finally, she took out a small package and went back to the bed to open it. Wei Suizhong saw that the package was full of gold hairpins, silver ornaments, pearls and cat's eye jewelry. He was shocked and asked, What is this? Su Junyang said faintly, This is a little private money that I have saved for many years. Although it is not much, it can be sold for some money. Now, I give it to Lang Jun. Wei Suizhong was stunned and said, Give it to me? Su Junyang's expression suddenly turned sad. She said with a gloomy face, How can I not understand Lang Jun's feelings for me? I was hoping that one day I would be able to wash away all the dirt and become a good person. I would serve Lang Jun and give birth to Lang Jun's children. Now I don't dare to have any more hopes. I only hope that Lang Jun will be safe. As Su Junyang said this, 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks. She choked and said, Lang Jun, listen to my advice. Hurry and escape. If you wait for Lai Junshin to make trouble, Lang Jun, it will be too late to regret. Wei Suizhong was born a ruffian, so he had never seen such a scene. Su Junyang's words, wash away all evil, abandon the lowly and become a good man, serve Lang Jun from now on, bear children for Lang Jun's sake, were like a bowl of ecstasy, making him feel like his soul was floating, unable to go up to heaven or down to earth. seeing that she took out all the private money that she had saved for many years and gave it to him just for his safety. Wei Suizhong's heart trembled. His whole heart was already burning hot. Jianyang, Jianyang, I didn't dote on you for nothing. I didn't misjudge you. Wei Suizhong hugged Su Jianyang tightly. He couldn't help but shed tears. I won't go. Where can I go? It wasn't easy for me to become an official. I still want to marry you as my wife. We can live a good life together. Su Jianyang said anxiously, Lang Jun, although I'm not the favorite in this courtyard, it will cost a lot to redeem me. Where can Lang Jun find the money? Lai Junchen is the enemy of the whole court. Lang Jun works for him. You are not popular in the court. Now you have offended Lai Junchen. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid there will be no place for you in this big world. The more Su Jianyang said this, the more Wei Suizhong regarded her as a treasure. How could he bear to abandon her and escape alone? When Su Jianyang said that Lai Junchen is the enemy of the whole court, Wei Suizhong's heart brightened. It was as if an aperture had been opened. Su Jianyang saw him kneeling on the bed and suddenly became like a wooden statue. She couldn't help but ask with concern, Lang Jun, what happened to you? Wei Suizhong's face became a little ferocious. I, Wei Suizhong, am not easy to bully. Whoever wants me dead, I will kill them. Su Jianyang said fearfully, Lang Jun, what happened to you? Wei Suizhong changed to a gentle tone and said, Jianyang, I'm fine. Don't worry. Bring me a bowl of soup to sober up. I want to sober up. Okay. Su Jianyang replied and turned to walk out. At the end of the long corridor, Lu Qingqian put one hand behind her back and another hand holding some fish food. She threw it into the pond and watched the golden carps rushing and jumping for food. Su Jianyang walked slowly to his side and stopped. She bowed slightly and said, Lord Lu. Lu Qingqian sprinkled a handful of fish food and said lightly, How is it? Su Jianyang said, He has the intention to resist Lai Junchen, but I think he hasn't figured out how to do it. Lu Qingqian said, Continue to consolidate his ideas. Make sure he is not acting on a whim. I'll help him when the time comes. Su Jianyang replied, Yes. She agreed but stood there hesitantly and didn't leave. Lu Qingqian didn't look back and said, Don't worry. As long as he obediently does as I say, I will protect him and fulfill your wish. Only then did Su Jianyang reveal a sincere expression of joy. She bowed and said, Thank you, Lord Lu, for fulfilling my wish. Lu Qingqian threw the last handful of fish food and clapped her hands. She walked away with her hands behind her back. There were only 3 days left before Yang Fan married Anu. Yang Fan didn't want to make it a grand wedding. Anyway, even if he was still in the Ministry of Personnel, the wedding wouldn't be as grand as Xiao Man's wedding. There wouldn't be a marriage bestowed by the emperor, and there wouldn't be a banquet to celebrate with the princes, princesses, and imperial masters. What's more, he was just a small soup supervisor with no real power. He was also suspended at home indefinitely. It was impossible for those who fawned on the rich and powerful to come. However, without these factors, he could make the wedding more warm and lively if he only invited friends and relatives. Yang Fan was idle at home, so he could personally handle the wedding. This afternoon, he had just finalized some details of the wedding banquet with several stewards in the study and sent them out. Before he could take a breath, Ren Wei came in with 2 secret reports, one happy and one sad. Chapter 705. The news sent by Ren Wei was mixed with joy and worry. The joy was that Wei Suizhong had finally made up his mind. Yang Fan instructed his people to spread the truth of Madame Wang's suicide and create various rumors to put psychological pressure on Wei Suizhong. Then, she made use of Wei Suizhong's trust in Su Jianyang. By redeeming Su Jianyang's freedom, helping her and Wei Suizhong to be together, and giving them a sum of money that was enough for them to live the rest of their lives in peace, she made Su Jianyang persuade Wei Suizhong. Now, it finally worked. On the outside, the Zhang brothers, who were more favored by the emperor, plotted against him. On the inside, Wei Suizhong, who knew all his dirty deeds, betrayed him. With these two factors combined, Yang Fan believed that he could not bring down Lai Junchen. But under the joy there was also a worry. That worry was, it seemed that Li Zhaoda was going to be unlucky again. This news was not too detailed. It was sent by Li Jing, the new recording military advisor of Luoyang. Li Jing provided Lai Junchen with a large number of names of people who were sheltered under the protection of the three scammers, evaded taxes, and used public power for private purposes through the old nun of Hanoi, Taoist Shifang, and Moliai. Not only did he cut off the last force of young Master Jiang in Luoyang with Lai Junchen's help, but he also gained Lai Junchen's trust. Because of this, Li Jing knew Lai Junchen's plan in advance, but he had not inquired about the details. Lai Junchen did not need him for the matter of Bai Yi, so he would not tell him too much. If he deliberately inquired about it, it would arouse Lai Junchen's suspicion. From the information he had now, he only knew that Lai Junchen wanted to deal with Li Zhaoda, and the reason was that the Khitan leader's son Wanrong, whom he recommended, had rebelled. The imperial court system had always had the system of involving people. Although it was not as strict as in the Qin state, if an official recommended an official who committed a crime, he would be held responsible. This was also the reason why officials above the 5th rank had the right to recommend someone, but dared not to recommend someone at will. Now that Sun Wanrong rebelled, even if Lai Junchen did not deliberately make trouble for Li Zhaoda, he should also bear the responsibility. However, he had already been unlucky. Most officials would not do such a ruthless thing, which would affect their image in the officialdom. Moreover, Li Zhaoda's recommendation had a special reason. Sun Wanrong was a foreign official. The Khitan tribes were dependent on the imperial court, and the imperial court's policy towards them was to keep them in line. Whichever tribe was stronger, the imperial court would give the leader of that tribe a higher official position, so as to win them over and not cause any trouble. This had always been the policy of the Tang dynasty since its founding. Li Zhaoda was the prime minister, so it was only natural that he would weigh the pros and cons before making a recommendation to the emperor. This was what Li Zhaoda was supposed to do as the prime minister, but he accepted the gift, so it was hard to explain. Why did you recommend Sun Wanrong? Was it for the sake of stabilizing the border, or out of selfishness? The gifts Li Zhaoda received included a sea dragon fur robe, a bushel of pearls, a box of ginseng, and 4 horses. Speaking of which, given his status as the prime minister, these gifts were not very valuable. When Li Zhaoda was the prime minister, he had already become the biggest obstacle to Li Tang's recovery. Now that he was only a supervising censor, he was already harmless to others. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel some compassion. Yang Fan thought for a while and ordered, "Think of a way to leak this news to Li Zhaoda, so that he can prepare early. As for Wei Suizhong, we need to work harder to win him over and prevent him from turning back. Once he has made up his mind, we will begin the entire plan to eradicate Lai Junchen." Renwei agreed and quickly walked out. As soon as Yang Fan destroyed the 2 secret reports, Third Sister called out from outside the study, "Ah Lang, Envoy Guo and Madame are here to bring Miss Ah Nu." Hearing this, Yang Fan hurriedly adjusted the belt on his robe and ordered, "Quickly open the door, I want to personally welcome them." Guo Jingji was going to be transferred from his post in Weizhou to another place, so he specially came back to the capital to report on his duties. Coincidentally, it was the festive season, so he stayed in the capital for a few more days. At this time, Guo Jingji's old mother had already passed away, so Guo Jingji didn't need to leave his wife at home to take care of his old mother, so his whole family had to follow him to take up his post. Madame naturally had to come along, but because her brother was born a little simple-minded, he couldn't manage the household alone in his hometown, so he brought her along as well. Because Guo Jingji had also brought his wife along, Yang Fan hurriedly ordered someone to find Xiao Man, and the husband and wife joined hands to welcome them. The door was wide open, and Yang Fan and his wife walked all the way. Just as they reached the door, they heard a loud shout, "Where's my family's cousin? Why hasn't she come to see me? I'm going to find her." Yang Fan took a step out of the doorway, and coincidentally saw an awe-inspiring burly man walking towards them, and someone shouted from behind, "Erlang, you can't stop right there." Yang Fan took a look at this man. He was as strong as a bull, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, and regular facial features. He was definitely a burly man, but he was full of simple-mindedness, lacking a bit of quick-wittedness and calmness. Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself, could this be the Guo family's Erlang, Guo Xiaofan, that Anu mentioned before? Yang Fan smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Are you the Guo family's Erlang?" The burly man was stunned. He looked him up and down, and scratched the back of his head in puzzlement. "Who are you? How do you know me?" At this time, Guo Jingji and his wife, who were standing at the bottom of the stairs, quickly walked up. Guo Jingji laughed and said, "I presume this is the Erlang?" "Haha, thank you, Madam Yang, for coming out to welcome me. I am ashamed. Guo Xiaofan continued to scratch the back of his head. He was even more puzzled. "Big brother, why don't you recognize me? What are you thinking? I am the Erlang." Madame Guo did not know whether to laugh or cry. She glared at him fiercely and tenderly scolded, "Go away!" Guo Xiaofan pouted and whispered, "You're still so fierce to me in front of my big brother, you tigress." At this moment, Yang Fan was sizing up Guo Jingji. He saw that this provincial governor was 9 feet tall, with a purple face and a long beard. He had a square face and big ears. His stature was tall and sturdy, his physique strong and sturdy. If his leopard eyes were replaced by red phoenix eyes, and he wore a green turban on his head, and held a crescent saber in his hand, he would look very much like the Marquis of Han Shou Ting, Guan Yu. Yang Fan thought, "This is Provincial Governor Guo?" As expected of the descendant of the great Han dynasty's Marquis Aling, truly awe-inspiring. What a great man! Guo Jingji was also sizing him up. Yang Fan was only wearing casual clothes, a moon-white long robe embroidered with bamboo patterns. His hair was tied up in a jade bun, and he had a jade-colored headband that reached his eyebrows. His figure was tall and handsome, his face like jade, his eyes like bright stars, and his eyes as clear as water. Guo Jingji saw his character and was secretly impressed, thinking, "This is the new sect leader of Xian sect." His character and demeanor are no less than Lu Binmi's. Compared to Lu Binmi's cold arrogance that pushes people 1,000 miles away, he is more likable and approachable. The two of them were thinking of each other, but their hands were not slow. Yang Fan first bowed and said with a smile, "Envoy, madam, this Yang and my wife did not go out to welcome you. Forgive us." While they were sizing each other up, Xiang Rulan was also watching from the side. She first looked at Xiaoman and saw that her appearance was charming, her figure was enchanting, and her looks weren't inferior to her sworn sister, Anu. She couldn't help but nod silently. Xiaoman looked at her wide-sleeved robe, jade-colored silk skirt, her slender neck, and her exquisite facial features. She was as enchanting as the orchid in the bottle, and her every movement was dignified and elegant. Xiaoman couldn't help but be silently impressed. As expected of a daughter of a prestigious clan, a noble madam. Such a disposition is truly extraordinary. Xiang Rulan looked at Yang Fan again, and saw his appearance. She was delighted. "No wonder my sworn sister is infatuated with him. He is truly a talented man. Now, he is the sect patriarch of Xian sect, and is worthy of my sworn sister." With the two clans being married, the relationship between the Xian sect and the hidden sect will no longer be as hostile as before. The more Xiang Rulan thought about it, the happier she was. She smiled and said, "Our clans are going to be real relatives soon. There is no need to be so courteous." Guo Xiaofan finally came to his senses and exclaimed, "Ah, you are Yang Fan? You are my younger sister's husband? Haha, I am also called Fan and you are also called Fan. We are really fated." Xiang Rulan said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Yang Clan's second brother is slightly older than you. You have to call him elder brother." Guo Xiaofan said excitedly, "That is not how it is, that is not how it is. Anu is my cousin. Even if he is 80 years old now, he still has to call me elder brother. I am older than him." Ha ha ha. Xiaoman burst out in laughter and quickly stepped aside to let the guests in. "Envoy, Madam, Guo Clan's second brother, please go to the hall and have a chat. Let us not stand at the entrance." The group walked inside in a lively manner. Guo Xiaofan loyally played the role of the elder brother. "This young lady is so beautiful. You are Beta Persei's wife, right? Let me tell you, Anu is my younger sister. She married into your clan and became your younger sister. You cannot bully her. If you bully her, I will not allow it." This time, Guo Jingji's face also darkened. "Erlang, shut up." Guo Xiaofan straightened his neck and challenged his elder brother. "Elder brother, are you talking about Beta Persei's son or Guo Erlang? If you are talking about Guo Erlang, then I will shut up. If you are talking about Beta Persei's son, then I will not shut up." Guo Jingji put his hand on his forehead. He had a headache. Xiaoman rolled her eyes and held back her laughter. "Anu often talks about you, especially Guo Erlang. She misses you very much. Does Erlang want to see Anu?" This Guo Xiaofan could be said to be stupid, but he was also a bit narrow-minded. As soon as he heard Xiaoman's words, he did not care whether she was talking about Yang Erlang or Guo Erlang, and immediately agreed. Xiaoman then said, "Steward, take Erlang to see Miss Anu." Guo Xiaofan happily followed the Yang residence's housekeeper to see his cousin. After luring this unreasonable person away, both the host and the guest then took their seats and started to discuss the details of the wedding. Yang Fan knew that the Guo clan was a Taiyuan aristocratic clan and had a close relationship with the hidden sect. Guo Jingji also knew that he was the evident sect patriarch. Speaking of which, other than being relatives, they were already considered a family. However, this family wasn't harmonious, because the evident sect and the hidden sect used to fight openly and covertly. Some things were hard to say now. A faction's grudges and conflicts weren't something that could be decided and controlled by the faction's leader alone. Some things had to wait for Yang Fan and Shenmu to meet and discuss and resolve it before there would be no future troubles. Shenmu was still in Xinluo and had yet to return. As a member of the hidden sect, it wasn't good for Guo Jingji to have too much contact with Yang Fan. Yang Fan was also aware of this. Therefore, he only discussed the wedding with Guo Jingji. As for topics that shouldn't be mentioned, both of them tacitly avoided it. After they finished their discussion, Xiaoman accompanied Xiang Rulan to fetch Anu while Yang Fan personally sent them back to their residence. Coincidentally, after Guo Jingji and his family entered the capital city, they rented an empty residence that belonged to Wu Sanxi's family. It was the residence that Anu and Yang Fan rented in order to trick Lu Junfan and pretend to be a prestigious clan in Dunhuang. Back then, Anu only wanted to repay a debt of gratitude to Yang Fan and didn't reveal her true identity to him. Meanwhile, Yang Fan was burdened with a blood feud and was disguised as a shopkeeper to search for his enemies. He didn't have the time to care about starting a family. They never expected that fate was decided by the heavens and that they were finally together. When Yang Fan and Anu alighted from the carriage and saw the huge residence, they subconsciously looked at each other. Their eyes met and they smiled at each other. That smile was like the melting of ice and snow, the stopping of the north wind, the arrival of spring, and the blossoming of flowers. All the frustrations and hardships in their hearts were fermented and turned into a cup of mellow and fragrant wine. Chapter 706. Yang Fan's wedding was held as scheduled. There was no emperor's decree this time, so there was less official pomp, but it also made all the people who attended the wedding less restrained. Without Wu Sanxi, Xue Huai, and Princess Taiping competing for wealth, everyone's eyes were more focused on the newlywed. The whole wedding was more relaxed, more festive, and more warm. The Yang family was no longer the same as before. Now that the Yang family was rich in financial resources, they were well prepared for everything. The Yang family did not need to capture Ma Qiao and Chu Kuanga to decorate the house like they did last time. All they needed to do was to transfer some workers from various shops, and everything would be done in an orderly manner. Yang Fan was a person who had been married once, so the psychological pressure was far less than the last time. So the whole process was not like the last time, where he always had a stiff smile on his face, like a puppet being manipulated by others. This time, Yang Fan greeted the guests, socialized with friends, and talked and laughed wittily, very calmly. Most of the guests of the Yang family were old neighbors of the Xiuan workshop, but in addition to many of Yang Fan's good friends in the Ministry of Justice and the army, there were also many officials who were only acquaintances. These people came for Guo Jingji. Guo Jingji was a provincial governor and a high-ranking official. He also had some friends in the imperial court. The wedding banquet lasted until dusk. Yang Fan rode a white horse with red silk flowers, and accompanied by Chun Dong, Sun Yuxuan, Ma Qiao, Chu Kuanga, and other civil and military friends, he went to Guo Jingji's rented house to pick up the bride. When the bride was picked up from the Guo mansion, the wedding banquet reached its climax. Anu first toasted to her eldest sister, Xiao Man, and accompanied Yang Fan to toast the guests table by table, amidst the laughter and cheers of the crowd. The whole Yang mansion was full of laughter and voices. Yang Fan had already given red packets to the gatekeepers of the Good Fortune Workshop and the Xiuan Workshop. He also helped those guests who were not officials apply for a permit to travel at night, so even the poor neighbors of the Xiuan Workshop did not have to worry about being interrogated or having their doors closed when they returned home late. They could drink to their heart's content. The moon was bright, the stars were sparse, and the lanterns were lit. The guests finally dispersed, and the hustle and bustle of the day finally quieted down. Xiaoman had already coaxed the child to sleep. Yang Fan sent away the guests and returned to the bridal chamber. Anu, who had returned earlier, was already sitting obediently by the bed. The red candles in the room were burning brightly, reflecting her white and tender cheeks, faintly giving off a faint luster. Seeing Yang Fan come in, Anu quickly glanced at him and shyly lowered her head. Her pretty face blushed, and her fingers twisted together in embarrassment. She was not as graceful as she was in front of the guests. Yang Fan closed the door and looked at his beautiful wife, who was like a fox fairy sitting under the candlelight. She was dressed in a beautiful green dress and looked like a crisp fruit. His heart couldn't help but sway. He walked over and sat beside her on the bed. He gently held her in his arms and kissed her snow-white neck. Although Anu was still shy, she couldn't help but shrink her neck and giggle. It's ticklish, Anu subconsciously dodged, but because of the distance she saw Yang Fan's eyes full of love. Being stared at by him, Anu felt as if her soul had been taken away. Her whole body was frozen there, and she stared at him for a long time. Then, a sweet smile gradually appeared on her lips. Lang Jun. Today's call had a very different meaning from the past. When she said this, Anu's eyes were filled with tears. She didn't know why, but she just wanted to cry. Hearing this, Yang Fan was moved. He couldn't help but hug her, lay on the bed with her, and kissed her sweet petal-like lips. Only then did Anu wake up. She closed her eyes shyly and held Yang Fan's big hand that was touching the hawan knot on her waist. She complained in a sweet voice, "Lang Jun, the candle is not out yet." Yang Fan answered with experience, "The red candle in the bridal chamber should burn throughout the night. It can't be extinguished." Anu's neck turned rosy. She closed her eyes and her eyelashes trembled. Then you can put down the curtain." Yang Fan held back his laughter and said, "I don't need to put down the curtain." Anu said coquettishly, "You are fooling me." How can there be such a rule? Yang Fan didn't answer. He just looked at the very flat white folded cloth in the center of the embroidered quilt. A mysterious smile slowly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Well, you can't fool my Anu. You know the rules very well. Well? Anu opened her eyes and followed Yang Fan's gaze in confusion. She saw what he was looking at with a mischievous smile, and her whole face turned red. You bad guy. Anu bit his shoulder with hatred, very lightly in the end. The curtain was not put down. It seemed that the beautiful body could be appreciated more clearly under the candlelight. But when Anu reluctantly let Yang Fan take off her cumbersome bridal clothes, shyly turned her back to the bed, and curled up her delicate body, Yang Fan subconsciously put down the curtain. What came into view was a snow-white and smooth body. There were only 2 shallow red ribbons tied on the back of the mandarin ducks playing in the water, which made her back even more smooth like jade. Under the slender waist was a pair of pink panties, which wrapped a round and fleshy ball. There was an indented mark in the middle, which could attract people's eyes like a magnet. Her fragrant shoulders that seemed to have been sculpted by a knife, her smooth jade back, her slender waist, her round and bouncy buttocks, as well as her slightly curled up bashfully. Under the dim and soft light of the lamp, her exquisite curves were dazzling. Yang Fan almost subconsciously put down the curtain. This body that could make a man ecstatic belonged to him. Although this boudoir was a very private place, but he still instinctively wanted to create a more private space. So he put down the curtain. Therefore, in this more private and narrow space, he put his most private place deep into the private greenhouse that belonged to him alone. It was tight, warm, and strangely ecstatic. A delicate moan sounded like the sound of wind and rain, pitter-patter at the northern foot of Mount Hua. The bright moon covered the ground with its clear splendor. The pear branches were sparsely scattered, and the fallen flowers were blooming in pink. Duguning looked at the bright moon in the sky through the sparse flower shadows. Since she was a young girl, she had rarely stepped out of the house because of her weak body. The outing in the city when she was a child had long become a dream in the depths of her mind. Over the years, the space that she could move around in was getting smaller and smaller. Occasionally going to the Tsujiang River had become her most extravagant activity. Now, standing under the moonlight, smelling the smell of the mountains and listening to the sound of the insects in the grass, was a completely strange and novel feeling for her. This time, her eldest brother had generously allowed her to go out. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to let her go out. In fact, with her cleverness and intelligence, she had long understood her eldest brother's intentions. However, she didn't dare to hope for anything. Since she was very young, she had already understood that the more hope she had, the more disappointment she would have. Her frail body was like an orchid in a deep valley. It was true that she couldn't withstand the onslaught of wind and rain, but even the sun and rain were as bad as not enough for her. She raised her slender neck and stared at the bright moon in the sky. She foolishly thought, "Perhaps I really like him. Unfortunately, my sickly body doesn't even have the qualifications to be a wife. Perhaps my life is like the flowers on this branch, hurriedly blooming and hurriedly falling." A breeze passed by, and a few pear blossoms floated down from the branches. Ningku stretched out her slender palm and caught the falling petals. She gently sniffed them, and a fresh and refreshing smell assailed her nose. The pear blossoms had just fallen, and they were as pure as ice and as pure as jade. Like a doting mother, the boat lady just looked at her with a smile. But as the moon rose higher and higher, it was already past Ningku's time to rest. She could only step forward. "I know. It's time to sleep. I'll go back now." Before she could say anything, Ningku smiled at her. The boat lady couldn't bear to urge her anymore, and stopped. Ningku held the pear blossoms in her hand, reluctantly glanced at the bright moon in the sky, and slowly walked back to the mountain residence. At the entrance of the mountain residence, a man in indigo stood. Seeing Ningku coming back, he saluted her. The boat lady frowned unhappily. Miss needs to rest. If you have anything to say, you can talk about it tomorrow. No need. Ningku stopped the man in indigo, who was about to retreat in panic. She pondered for a while and said, I have read the message you sent. He did the right thing. Now we should only consolidate our strength, and it's not advisable to do anything else, lest we make a fool of ourselves. The man hurriedly replied, Yes. Ningku continued, Consolidating the periphery is ultimately for the decisive battle in the center, and the operation of the center is to take advantage of the conflict between the Wu family and the Zhang family. His idea is also very correct. Tell eldest brother that these things don't need to be passed on to me in the future, and he doesn't need to interfere. It's enough to keep his role. Yes. The man in indigo saluted again and quietly left. The boat lady opened the door. An ray of light came out of the room and poured on Ningku. Ningku looked at the man until he disappeared into the night, then turned around and said to the boat lady, Eldest brother has been relying on me all these years. But I'm just a weak woman. I've racked my brains, but all I can do is to prevent the family from collapsing too quickly. It's not easy to maintain, let alone develop. In the future, I can finally unload this burden. The boat lady asked cautiously, Miss, do you think he can protect the Dugu family? Ningku gently shook his head. A family is like a country. Its rise and fall are caused by external and internal factors, and so on. No matter success or failure, it can't be pinned on one person. When I said that my burden could finally be lifted, it was because I could only do so much. If he can restore Li Tang, then the Dugu family will naturally be able to stand firm. If he can keep the position of the clan head, then with his help and guidance, the Dugu family will naturally benefit. All these can ensure the Dugu family will not collapse for 100 years. As for after 100 years, Ningku lightly sighed. The things after 100 years should be worried about by the people after 100 years. Those who want to use an iron bucket of country or endless wealth to arrange everything for their descendants are just an idiot's dream. Is Qin Shi Huang's country still safe now? How many coins can Fan Li's wealth rival a country's? I don't want to be that idiot. After Ningku finished, he looked slightly excited and said excitedly, Now that I've unloaded the burden, I want to travel the world. It's a pity that the Wanxiang Palace was burned to the ground. This time I can only go to Luoyang to see the Tianshu Palace. I also want to go to the Grand Canal, see Yangzhou City, walk the Shu Road of Sword Sect, and see the tens of thousands of merchants in Guangzhou. Okay, I'll do as you say. My good girl, have a good rest first. Later we'll travel the world. Looking at Ningku's shining eyes, the boat lady secretly felt sad. After serving Ningku to sleep and extinguishing the light for her, the boat lady walked out of the room and closed the door. She quietly stood there for a moment, listening to the steady and thin breathing in the room, and gently wiped the corner of her eyes. In the sky, there was a shooting star streaking across the sky.